Tom, are you ready? Ready? Okay. Everybody good to go?
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the Millbrae City Council meeting. Today is March 26, 2024, and I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7:03 p.m. If the Vice Mayor Goodman is online, City Clerk, did you receive any requests for virtual meeting participation from members of the City Council?
Yes, I did, Mayor. Vice Mayor Goodman would like to participate remotely.
Thank you, City Clerk. Vice Mayor Goodman, there are a few legal requirements in order for you to participate remotely. The City Clerk had prepared 3 questions to address these requirements for you.
Vice Mayor Goodman, please generally describe the circumstance relating to the need to participate remotely, please. Vice Mayor Goodman? Can you hear us? I could see that your mic is on mute. Let me go ahead and... Could you try again, Vice Mayor?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you until now.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So in general, please describe the circumstance relating to the need to participate remotely.
I'm not available to be in person for the fact that I'm caring for a sick relative.
Okay. Would that be under just cause or emergency circumstances?
Emergency circumstances.
Thank you. And please confirm that you will have audio and video throughout the meeting, please.
Yes, I will.
And lastly, please disclose if there's any individual over the age of 18 present in the room, and if so, the general nature of their relationship with you.
There's no one in the room.
Thank you.
Okay, for Vice Mayor Goodman, in order to participate remotely under Assembly Bill 2449, under emergency circumstances, the council will need to vote to allow this request. Can we have a motion, please? We have a motion from Councilmember Cahalan. Can we have a second? Second from Councilwoman Ann Schneider. Can we call a vote, please?
Councilmember Snyder? Aye. Councilmember Pappen? Yes. Councilmember Cahalan? Aye. Mayor Fung?
Aye.
The motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you so much, and welcome, Vice Mayor Goodman.
Thank you.
Okay. And for those who are able, could you please stand? Oops, excuse me. Oh, yes, that's right. Roll call, please.
I can't hear anything.
City Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Snyder?
Present.
Councilmember Pappen? Councilmember Cahalan?
Present.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Present.
Mayor Fung?
Here.
5 members of City Council are present. At least 4 of the quorum of the City Council are present in the council chamber. Vice Mayor Goodman participating virtually has not exceeded the annual limit. The city is providing a 2-way audiovisual platform for the public to remotely hear and visually observe the meeting.
Thank you so much. And for those who are able, could you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Please be seated. I guess I'll read the land acknowledgement today. Unless, Vice Mayor, would you like to do that? Okay, I'll do it if you are unable. So the land acknowledgement, the Millbrae City Council acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral, traditional, and contemporary homeland of the Rumatosh Ohlone people. who are the original inhabitant of the San Francisco Peninsula. We wish to pay our respect to the ancestors and relatives of the Ramatash community and to affirm their sovereign right as First Peoples. We recognize that the Ramatash Ohlone have lived in harmony with nature for millennia, and that to achieve a truly ecologically sustainable future for Millbrae, we must enhance indigenous traditional ecological knowledge in how we care for the city's land, water, and all of its people. We will continue to uplift and foster a meaningful relationship with the Ramatash Ohlone community, and we encourage all to visit www.ramatash.org to learn more about the Ramatash Ohlone people. So, with that said, the first item on the agenda, ceremonial and presentation. We have a proclamation proclaiming March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day. Does anybody have any comment on this item? Yes, please. Councilwoman Schneider.
I was on a little city business last week and then spent some time out in the Central Valley where a good amount of our food is there. And I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our farmers and all of the workers who bring us our food. It is something that's pretty amazing. And because I do work in the environmental world, it is something now that they predict will be driving food costs in there. So paying attention to our food providers is really important right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And then next up, we have, let's see here, we're proclaiming April 2024 as Celebrate Diversity Month. And today we have the Mills High School student, Sarah Delmas, joining us this evening to receive this proclamation. Can we have Sarah online, please? Oh, you're joining us.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Fung, Vice Mayor Goodman, and Council members Poppin, Schneider, and Cahalan for this proclamation. As a young member of our community, I believe that we can only move forward if we appreciate and understand how different we all are. We should not only celebrate our diversity, but learn to work with each other because of them. As Audre Lorde, who is an American writer and civil rights activist, once said, "It is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences." Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining us tonight. Would you please join us at the podium for a photo, please? Thank you. So moving on to item number 2, the agenda overview and staff briefing. Between calendar events and reports of bills and claims, and City Manager Tom Williams, would you please give us a city update?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Tom Williams, City Manager. So as we just completed our joint meeting with the school district, I would like to announce again to all of you and to the members of the public that the school board has approved the draft maintenance and facility use agreement. We will be bringing that to the City Council on April 9th. So that's good news and the action taken by the school board. Also, if you go to the next slide, please. Wanted to bring to the council's attention that the contractor for Alexandria Life Science Project has installed temporary K-rail barriers on the west side of Rollins Road, as noted in yellow, the yellow banner that says rail barrier. And this is, again, on the west side of Rollins Road, south of Millbrae Avenue, all the way to Adrian. This will be on Saturday, or was on Saturday, March 23rd. The barrier narrows the roadway slightly, but will still allow for two-way southbound travel lanes. The barrier will be in place for approximately 4 weeks. This is to allow for new curb, gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, and street tree installation in this area. We will continue to monitor traffic conditions to ensure there are no safety issues, and the repaving of southbound Rollins Road then will be scheduled shortly thereafter. Next slide, please. Okay, pickleball. We continue to work with the community and the neighborhood to find a balance for pickleball players and the residents that live near the courts in an effort to limit the sound of the paddles, the ping of the ball. The Recreation Center will now offer quiet paddles the players can utilize and then return at the end of their play. Those can be checked out inside of our Recreation Center. The new pickleball court hours are Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Then there's a little break in the afternoon at the request of the surrounding residents till 3 p.m. And then pickleball will be allowed from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's Monday through Friday. Well, and then also Saturday and Sunday, hours for pickleball will be limited from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'd be happy to answer any question.
Are those time limits for both tennis and pickleball?
No, those are just for pickleball. So tennis, the tennis hours remain. So, yeah. On to the next item, please. Just to bring to everyone's attention that we have recently launched a new website. These are for the development standards and residential development guidelines. The website that we just launched provides an overview of the process for establishing the development standards and residential development design requirements. It can be accessed up here on the screen, www.millbraeresidentialdesign.org. Again, millbraeresidentialdesign.org. You can read more about the process, the project, keep up to date on our community engagement and outreach effort and design standard iteration as we progress in this very, very important policy of the city. Next slide, please. Okay, upcoming events. Saturday, March 30th is the Millbrae Library Discover and Explore Things That Go. This is 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. so people can drop by the library and interact with vehicles of all shapes and sizes. We're going to have the La France fire engine, other apparatus from the fire department, SPCA animal rescue vehicle, the Maker Mobile, and much more. So again, that's Saturday, March 30th. Great for kids to explore things that go at the library, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Saturday, March 30th is the Millbrae Rotary Spring Festival. That begins at 11 a.m. and ends at 1:30 p.m. That will be at Central Park. This is again presented by the Mills Interact Club and the Millbrae Rotary Club. There'll be free kids carnival with arts and crafts games, relay races, prizes, and a special visit from the Easter Bunny. The egg hunt will begin at 1 p.m. and the event is for children from the age of 9 years old and up. Saturday, April 6th is the Millbrae Garden Day. That starts at 11 a.m. So you can join us on that day at the Central Park Community Garden to help clean up the garden. And for more information, contact our recreation coordinator, Emmanuel Rosales. You can email him. You can find his email on our website, but it is erosales, EROSALES, at ci.millbrae.ca.us for further information. But for everyone, 11 a.m., April 6th, Community Garden Cleanup Day. Friday, April 12th is Millbrae Goes to the Movies. This feature is going to feature Disney's classic movie Cars. This is our first outdoor movie of the year at Central Park. Again, April 12th. The movie will start at 6:30 or shortly after the sun goes down. But a lot of kids attend to play out in the park. We'll have food trucks and popcorn and festivities. Then lastly, Saturday, April 27th is Millbrae Earth Day and Arbor Day. This is an event for the whole community to join us for tree planting. It's starting at 9 a.m. We will meet on the spur trail near the skate park for tree planting along the spur trail between Magnolia and the skate park. And that again starts at 9 a.m. on Saturday, April 27th. So that's what, quick snapshot of everything that's happening. Not everything, some things that are happening in the city of Millbrae.
And as I can see, everything is happening quite quickly here, so that's wonderful. Any comment and questions for the city manager before we move on? Ms. Cahill.
Just one. There was discussion about the hours and the timing for pickleball and tennis at the Park and Rec Commission. And it was shared that at least the opening and closing times are the same for both, as the courts are being locked at those times. Are the courts being locked at that noon to 3 time period, or will they remain open for tennis?
So they should be remaining open for tennis, correct? Yeah, they'll remain open for tennis. Yep. Locked till 9 a.m. and after 8 p.m., but open during that 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. for tennis.
Any further comments, questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 3, which is the approval of minutes. We have regular meeting minutes on December 12, 2023, and we also have the special meeting minutes on January 9th, 2024. Any council comment, questions? Councilwoman Pappen.
Pappen, move approval.
Second.
We got a mover from Pappen and also from a second from Ms. Councilwoman Schneider. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
Aye.
The two set of minutes are approved by the vote of 5-0.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item 4, which is the oral report tonight from city and committees and commission chair. We have the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 and 25 Community Enhancement Advisory Committee work plan. And city manager, would you please bring forward?
Yes, thank
Presentation.
you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Andy Mogensen, our Community Development Director, for a brief presentation and introduction of committee members. If they're
Director?
available. I know one of them was ill, so it may be Andy making the presentation, so.
Director Mogensen.
Good evening, Mayor Fung, members of the council. I'm proud to announce that Jean Wong will be presenting tonight. She is feeling better, and I want to introduce the chair of our Community Enhancement Advisory Committee. Jean?
Chair Wong. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Oh, no, I'm good. Good evening, Mayor Fang, council members. Thank you for providing the opportunity for me to update you on our Community Enhancement Advisory Committee's 2024-25 work plan. And we'd like to have you review it and approve it and for us to move forward on it. I do have a lingering cold, so please excuse me if I have to step aside and cough and blow my nose. Next slide, please. The CX vision is to engage Millbrae residents in the beautification and environmental sustainability of the city. To fulfill that mission, CX is to explore and recommend to City Council initiatives that promote Millbrae by creating, participating in, and supporting activities and programs that improve the aesthetic and physical environment of the community. Next slide, please. I am pleased to announce that all CX vacancies have been filled except for the alternate. It's been several years since the committee has such a full staff. And I'd like to point out that we do have a special committee member. She is a student at Mills High School. Her name is Alaki Parikh, and she is passionate about everything that's environmental. So I'd like to welcome her and our two new members to our committee. And also I'd like to point out our staff, advisor and liaisons. They are amazing in their support to the committee. It's Andrea Papajan, Annabelle Acosta, and of course, Andy Morganson. Thank you for your support. Next slide, please. Okay, our accomplishments to date for the current work plan. We have a number of accomplishments to report. First is providing feedback and recommendations on the proposed tree ordinance draft. And we are going to be hosting a native plant course to be given by Jennifer Durkin, who is from the California Native Plant Society and is quite popular on the circuit promoting native plants and pollinators. And we will be promoting Earth Day cleanup efforts, and we will also be assisting Leo Club with their adoption of the Taylor Ashton Green Infrastructure Adopt-a-Spot site. We're very excited they have stepped forward to adopt a spot, and we are really looking forward to them to move forward on this project. And we are planning for them to be on site to begin their work on late April. Next slide, please. So our 2024 work plans pretty much follow the same theme as our 23 work plan. It is community education and community engagement in environmental preservation and conservation initiatives. So our new work plan includes 4 goals. We have task number 1 is to facilitate community outreach and implement education programs related to environmental topics. We plan to host 2 to 3 educational work plans on trending topics such as composting, turf replacement, and drought-tolerant landscaping, as well as to develop a program to promote and support groups involved with community cleanup events. Santana Theonrod, who is out, will be leading the subcommittee assigned to this task. Next slide, please. Our second task is to support the implementation of the tree preservation and urban forestry ordinance. We will explore tree maintenance and replacement programs and ways to improve Millbrae's tree canopy and advice on the ordinance implementation. Terrence New will lead the subcommittee assigned to this task. Next slide, please. Task number 3 is to continue to improve and implement the Adopt-a-Spot program. We will be reviewing and updating the list of approved spots and exploring alternative ways to promote and expand the program, and especially in ways to attract youth services and involvement. I will lead the subcommittee. Next slide, please. Okay, task number 4 is, before I start on that, I just like to remind council that the Memorial Oak Grove that was planted along Spur Trail was exceedingly well received by our community. Shortly after announcement of this program, all 50 trees that were available for purchase were quickly purchased. And we believe that there's a strong community interest in more memorial projects just like this. So task number 4 for us this year is to research and recommend criteria for an ongoing memorial program for the city. The subcommittee is to be led by Karen Krasilnikoff, who will explore and recommend new locations as well as research and propose standardized process for memorial features and program features. So that concludes our work plan presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you for joining us this evening. Anyone else from, Councilwoman Pappen?
Yes, congratulations on the trees. People are asking if that program will be continued. They would like to participate further if they were not able to do so during this process.
Oh, great. That's good to know. We'll definitely put that on our priority list to work on as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Schneider.
As liaison, I couldn't be happier with the work plan. It looks great. Jean, you've done an amazing job as chair, and our co-chair who's out currently fighting right now. One tiny thing under Adopt-a-Spot, we had talked about Adopt-a-Drain. This committee had started talking about Adopt-a-Drain before COVID hit and before the atmospheric rivers hit. Would there be space within your work plan to possibly pilot a couple of Adopt-a-Drains? Because I think it'll be easier for the public to adopt a drain than a spot. What do you think?
Well, I think it's best that we start the work plan and then assess what our capabilities are and what space, what availability we have in terms of just people being able to participate and to provide a recommendation and proposal that is well thought through and implementable.
Okay. And to the public, South San Francisco, City of San Francisco, many other cities have adopted drain. And the concept is to pick up litter that may sit over the drain grill and leaves in the fall so that less go into the storm drains, creating less work for public works to clean the storm drains and to prevent flooding on that and from litter getting into the bay. So it's a program that we put on hold during COVID and hopefully we'll be able to get back to.
Well, thank you
Jane.
for bringing that up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other further comment or questions? Okay, if I can have a motion from the council to accept this work plan.
Motion to accept?
A motion from Councilwoman Schneider. We have a second from Ms. Cahalan. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Snyder,
Yes.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Fung.
Aye.
The 2024 and 2025 Community Enhancement Advisory Work Plan passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you so very much
Thank
for
you
your
very
hard
much,
work,
Council. Thank you.
and good luck for the new year. Okay, next up is public communication. This portion of the agenda is reserved for those who wish to comment on items not appearing on tonight's agenda. However, speaker must speak directly addressed to the council and not individual council members, and must be within the subject jurisdictions of the city council. Every speaker will have 3 minutes, and we will begin with in-person speaker, and then we'll follow by speakers online. We have the first speaker tonight is Odette Cesar. Please join us at the podium.
Tell me when the clock starts ticking.
Go ahead, you can get started.
All right, my name is Odette Korchin. Many of you may know me. I've been a Millbrae resident for over a decade. I've been one of the founders of ARC, Anti-Racist Coalition, which promotes equity in Millbrae, and also has been pushing for the Social Equity Committee, which I wish would have been a commission. I'm also Jewish and an immigrant who was born in Israel before migrating to the United States. And as a Jew, I am extremely worried. I see anti-Semitism on the rise in schools, in campuses, in the streets. I see hatred escalating, and I fear the divide will grow and Millbrae will become even more polarized than it is. In these dark times, I think we should all strive to de-escalate and to make sure that everyone in our community feels safe, regardless of the bloodshed and wars happening abroad. This is especially true for the elected officials. I think that whatever opinion council people hold, their public stance should be neutral. And sadly, talking in front of a city hall under a banner that says, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," is not a neutral stance. From the river to the sea is a blatant call for the annihilation of the Jewish state. I want to ask council members to focus on actions that will promote equity in Millbrae, bring jobs, ensure quality of life, and have a positive impact on the residents, rather than on divisive practices that have no bearing to Millbrae and can create more hatred, increase anti-Semitism, and unrest. Passing a political resolution about Israel and Palestine is exactly this incendiary behavior that can cause harm, and I would urge all council members to try and refrain from doing so. I want to end by reading from the most recent, today's Atlantic issue, which had a piece about the war in Stanford. At January's anti-Semitism event, I watched an exchange between a Jewish attendee and a protester from a few feet away. "Are you pro-Palestine?" the protester asked. "Yes," the attendee responded, and he went on to describe his disgust with the human rights abuses Palestinians have faced for years. "But are you a Zionist?" "Yes." "Then we are enemies. I don't want us to have a war in Millbrae, and I don't want
Mr.
residents
Odette?
to become enemies."
Yeah, thank you for your time. Next up, we have Roman Fuchshanli. Followed by Olga, please. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Roman Fukshansky. I'm a 10-year resident of the city of Millbrae. As Oded raised the topic previously, a topic that has been hotly debated in recent months is the Israel-Hamas war. To many people, this is a personal topic, such as for myself, but to be absolutely clear, this is a topic of federal jurisdiction, of foreign relations matter outside the purview of local governments. On March 16th, the city of Millbrae hosted a pro-Palestinian rally on public property at and nearby City Hall. I do not agree with this position, but I absolutely agree with the right of those sharing that view to assemble peacefully and express their views freely. What caused me concern is that one of the posters that was displayed clearly read, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, no more aid to Israel." This large poster was hanging prominently from the City Hall itself. That is not acceptable. Many slogans have been thrown around in this dispute as ammunition in the form of accusations against Israel: genocide, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, war crimes. With more time, I would gladly dissect every single one of these false claims and show that, in fact, it is factions like Hamas that are precisely guilty of every single one of these claims. But one slogan in particular, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," is not an empty accusation. It is a call for the destruction of Israel and the murder and expulsion of all of its Jewish residents. It is a slogan that was openly adopted by Hamas to its charter in 2017, and its roots are traced back to the PLO in the 1960s. Anyone who is even mildly informed about this conflict cannot possibly plead ignorance, as it has been thoroughly covered in all media outlets. By allowing this banner to freely hang on City Hall property, the city inadvertently, even if unintentionally, took a position of support for that claim. This is unacceptable. Furthermore, most of the members of the City Council attended that rally, and some spoke in support of the ideas propagated. As members of the official body representing our city politically, by your words and actions, you effectively declare this city's official position. I reject that. These views were not the positions on which you were elected and are not within your official purview. I respectfully request that the following steps be taken. 1, an official policy be implemented that mandates the city to not take any official stances or positions on topics of federal or foreign relations matters that are outside the local purview. And 2, a formal letter of apology be issued for the grave error of displaying an incendiary call for the destruction of a state and murder of its people on city property. Now, I know that you're all dedicated to resolving local issues that help our community and improve our lives, and I thank you for it. I urge you to continue your work within the scope of your elected posts and not engage in issues that will inadvertently cause division in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roman Fushansky. Now, this is not a conversation, this is public comment, but I just want to clear to the public that the event that happens on March 16 was organized by members of the community under free speech right. It is not being organized nor sponsored by the city of Millbrae by any means. Ms. Oka.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. There is much to say about the war between Israel and Hamas, a war that Hamas started, but this meeting is not the place to say any such things. The City Council's role is to focus on local issues such as education and public safety, not comment on international issues. The Jewish community across the United States is already facing an unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism. Our City Council should strive to foster unity and focus on initiatives that bring us together, not divide us. I want to comment on this vigil that happened on March 16th. Everyone has the right to assembly and freedom of expression, but seeing a banner hanging on City Hall that is a known slogan used by Hamas and Iran to call for the destruction of Israel and all of its Jewish inhabitants was deeply disturbing. I understand that perhaps some of you may not have been aware that this banner was hanging or its meaning, and I appreciate the work that you are doing to make it clear to the Jewish community and to everyone in Millbrae that this banner is not a representation of the City Council's views. There have been references to Jewish Voice for Peace at this and other rallies billed as support of the Jewish community for a ceasefire. I want to make clear that Jewish Voice for Peace is mostly not Jewish and does not stand for peace and does not speak for the 90% of the Bay Area Jewish community who support Israel's right to exist. Furthermore, Hamas rejected yet another ceasefire offer yesterday. But I digress. You were elected not for your international positions, but rather for what you can do for the city of Millbrae. Unless you are prepared to adopt resolutions on every single international conflict, including the crisis in Kashmir between India and Pakistan, the conflict between the Democratic Republic of Congo's army and Tutsi rebels, Ukraine and Russia, or comment on the Sudan humanitarian crisis, then a foreign relations statement that specifically targets the one Jewish state may carry a message that you may not intend. While there may be many loud voices on both sides of this issue, following the temptation to involve a local city council into matters outside of its scope will pit friend against friend and neighbor against neighbor. I strongly urge you not to position the city council on either side of a foreign relations issue. Please decline to introduce or vote on any resolutions regarding the conflict between Israel and Hamas. I want to read a letter from my 9-year-old son who wanted to come but had to finish his homework. I am 9 years old and have been living in Millbrae all my life. I am a Jew and I stand up for Israel. As my parents said, Jews have been murdered for nothing by Hamas. This unfortunate and sad event happened on October 7th and is still going on today. I do not speak for the city, but I speak for my life. Many Jewish people have been threatened and kids were forced to go to other schools. I want this to stop happening. My most important worry was that I found out about the poster from my parents. I know that loud voices are on each side. I strongly ask the City Council not to get involved and be forced to choose a side, as many others have done. Thank you, Natan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Danny.
Good evening. I'm here to ask you not to agendize a ceasefire resolution in Millbrae. Such an item simply does not belong at the local city council level. I don't believe the city of Millbrae has passed such resolutions in recent history for other international conflicts. So doing so would be unprecedented. If you don't follow the resolutions for the other world conflicts, that would be sending a very dangerous message to Jews and Israeli Americans. I'm a resident of San Bruno, but I have a lot of ties to Millbrae. I can tell you about what's happening in San Bruno. It's been extremely dramatic. I'm married to an Israeli. Ever since the resolution came to our council in January, I have not felt safe in San Bruno. I look out my window. I no longer go to our downtown strip. We have many businesses that still have ceasefire now signs in the windows. We have protests. They've sent threats to our city council members. Other cities have also done that, had that same experience. Death threats to personal addresses for disagreeing with the ceasefire resolution. Now I have to literally look at business social media pages to see if I'm welcome there or not in downtown San Bruno. And then I don't go. And honestly, it's the majority of businesses. My family and I have considered leaving the state of California. Please do not bring this to Millbrae. I enjoy going to farmers market here. I love going to downtown here. I love dining at the restaurants here. I love dining at the Middle Eastern restaurants here. Please continue to stand united against hate and don't bring a divisive resolution to these chambers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Lute Drum. Followed by Gina Miranda next.
Hello. My name is Liat Bremer. I'm an American citizen, a Jewish and Israeli. My family and my community are still dealing with the results of October 7th massacre daily. We are mourning and praying for the return of the hostages. At the same time, we need to deal with the rising anti-Semitism all over the US, but specifically in California. I'm coming here to talk about the March 16 rally happened on the City Hall, specifically the banner with the "From the River to the Sea" slogan. This slogan is calling for the end of the existence of Israel. It is not a protest calling for a ceasefire or a peace. How can we agree for such slogan to be shown here in the City Hall in a rally that some of you took part in? The Jewish community deserves our community's support after October 7th. We are impacted in one way or another. Instead, we should be seeing those signs in a public event. We can't allow our city to support this message. We can't encourage support of terrorism. Please leave the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the Middle East and help every member of the community feel safe and welcomed here.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Miranda. And then we have Marianne Kong next.
Hello, I'm Gina Miranda, resident Beverly Avenue, about over 30 years now. I'm worried about social equity in Millbrae. Is it being canceled? I'm a proud member of the City of Millbrae Social Equity Committee, and on March 14th, our committee was advised that the city leaders wanted to cancel/postpone our workshop, our public workshop, our first public workshop. We were told that the city leaders thought it would be best to wait until after the La Quinta lawsuit. And that could be a protracted event. Most lawsuits usually are. We were also advised that the city leaders were fearful of a hostile environment at this public event. And I thought, okay, you mean kind of like the unsafe situations that have already happened at city council meetings and other city meetings where bullying happened and kind of an ugly mob divisiveness mentality. Is that what they were referring to? If so, I don't want that at this meeting either. Then we were told that this meeting was rescheduled to April 20th, but yet I don't see it on the city calendar. I don't see it being announced today in the other events, just like the last meeting wasn't mentioned at the last city council meeting, which it should have been. So those are the reasons for my concern, especially because I see city council members who are proud about promoting equity when it comes to newspaper articles and saying, yeah, but then they don't have any skin in the game by having our committee be something that they're going to follow up on officially. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. I just wanted to provide members of the public with some factual information with regard to the comment earlier. This is not a discussion, but just providing the public information facts. On March 14, 2024, at 1:28 p.m., I have received an email from EJ Solution, Ms. Maribel Tabaya, that in her email, and I quote, "As we plan for the public workshop, we have been hearing many concerns from committee members about the possibility of the workshop becoming a hostile space due to the strong opposition to the La Quinta Inn project. We are preparing to share and enforce meeting agreement," and then so on and so forth. So on that day, I have instructed the city manager and also the EJ Solution in the interest of protecting the members of our community and also the members of the Social Equity Committee, that we take a pause until we are able to assess the risk with regarding to the situation until such time that we can bring this back for further discussion, because we cannot take the risk of any members of the community and also especially the member of the subcommittee. I just want to make sure that this is public information. Item number of, next speaker, Ms. Marianne Kong.
Marianne Kong here. I'm going to talk about something different. For several weeks, we heard about tree protection ordinance, and it is a great thing done. And I was somehow found out that city government had allocated $70,000 or $75,000 for a consultation company to help us to make the ordinance. But but they were none of the consulting company is available. So this ordinance actually developed in-house. And I want to put the thank you, gratitude to our community development department. They have done a great job. What it's proven to me is our city actually hired a lot of talented and hardworking people. And they, besides they need to pay compensation, also I think they could get a recognition of the hard work they did behind the scene. And it's whatever they had done, they saved us $70,000 or $75,000 at the in-house development. And then it was great. I want to say thank you to their effort. And also, because I read in there's some kind of permit, funding, but we have been hit, the community has been hit with fire assessment, the PG&E rate hike, and then now this permit. So I am strongly to recommend you all consider to defer this permit implementation maybe for a couple years later. Maybe people get used to the tree protection ordinance first. Okay, that will help. All right, because for the senior Social Security inflation quota only raised 9-point-some%. So it cannot offset 20% as PG&E rate hike, and then, so the other thing. So anyway, I want to send thanks to the Community Development Department and with the leader of Andy, and they have done a wonderful job.
Thank you, Ms. Kong. That's it for the in-person speaker. City Clerk, would you please call the online speaker?
Okay, Esther Adat, please accept the unmute.
Good evening. I wanted to mention that Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution prohibits states from activities that implicate international affairs. The foreign affairs field preemption limits the power of states over examining foreign affairs, and the authority or jurisdiction of the city derives from that of the state. The state is precluded by the U.S. Constitution to act or make policy that's motivated by foreign policy beliefs and sentiments. Where government body other than the federal government enters the realm of criticizing foreign governments, it is an unconstitutional intrusion into the power of the federal government. I also want to remind the city that the Municipal Code, Chapter 10.10, the sign regulation, includes the protection and enhancement of public safety and the quality of the city's visual appearance. The sign that was displayed against Israel and for destruction of Israel with its slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," should have not been on any government surface government wall. And besides, I do wish to ask for the city to examine whether that sign received the permit that all signs in the city must have, and whether it received permission of the owner or representative of the city's building. The use of the city's property, such as the building, for a sign about a foreign policy, a foreign war, and a dispute between foreign governments not only conflicts with the constitutional restrictions on the city's authority, it is also a misuse of government property. Social equity, if we mention that, has to mean that some people's foreign agenda, an agenda that is about the annihilation of an entire nation and its people, is not endorsed by our local government. Any kind of resolution demanding a ceasefire or in support of the Palestinians inadvertently would support Hamas, which the U.S. government has designated a terrorist organization, because that's what it is. Individual residents are free to express their views, but for the city as a unit to express any solidarity with the agenda of Hamas or the agenda of annihilating a nation and a state and its residents is something that would be reprehensible. Millbrae should not take it upon itself to become the mouthpiece for Jew haters, for Israel haters, for any kind of haters. How would you feel if you were a target group for an organization such as the Ku Klux Klan. Personally speaking, that's how I feel when I see that kind of flag and those kinds of
Thank you.
resolutions.
Thank you, Esther. City Clerk?
All right, next speaker is Steve West.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I just wanted to respectfully remind the Council that you were elected to represent the residents of Millbrae on important local issues, such as housing, crime, art, and not on international issues. It is not the role of any City Council to make resolutions for any foreign entities. The banner that was hung on City Hall calls for the destruction of the State of Israel, a U.S. ally. I know this was not the intent of the City Council, but nonetheless, the harm has been done. The message has been seen. As the young lady said earlier tonight, we should celebrate diversity, while the banner did the opposite, favoring one side. Please let our federal government and the UN deal with international politics, and please continue to make Millbrae the crown jewel of the peninsula by focusing on local issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Albert Yam.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Fulton City Council.
Mr. Yam, we're not able to hear you. Could you try it again?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Coming in good.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, Fulton City Council. The first part of my comment is about follow the 316 demonstration. While I understand from Mayor Fung's comment earlier that the demonstration had nothing to be associated with the City Council, by allowing these, for the demonstrators to hang the flag on the city property is kind of enforcing, putting words into the mouth of the City Council. So I think, I would urge the City Council to make clear about, whether that is the intent of the City Council, whether the city holds an opinion on that. The second part of my comment is that last week I received a flyer in my mailbox on urging Mayor Fung to drop a costly lawsuit. I want to speak on behalf of myself and my family that we thank the City Council for pursuing this lawsuit and represent the best interests of Millbrae residents. I think if we succeed to bring a vote on La Quinta, it will bring many benefits. Most people I've talked to on the subject seem to have an opinion, and I think a vote is the best way to show what the community really wants and clears up any ambiguity. The second point I want to make is I can understand the position of a nonprofit organization. They all start with the mission statement, which is an agenda they put all the bus volunteers to spread across. But I'm unsure if this is an agenda that represents what most people think, and it is a thin line between free speech or blatant lies. A third point I want to make is many politicians are so confused by their focused agenda that they lose touch with their constituents. They're supposed to represent the people, and I think, a vote will clear this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yam. That's all the public speaker we have for the night. Anything else? Anyone else? City Clerk.
There's no other speakers online.
Okay, thank you. Closing public communication. Moving on to consent calendar, and we have item number 5, receive and file monthly general fund financial report for the period ending February 2024. Item number 6, approved by motion a request from the Millbrae Lions Club and parking lot and street closures and fee waivers for the Millbrae Machines Car Show on August 17, 2024. Approved by motion a request from the Millbrae Cultural Committees for parking lot and street closures and fee waivers for the Mid-Autumn Festivals on September 14 to 15, 2024. Number 8, approved by motion a request from American Cancer Society for the use of the Millbrae Central Park and Fitness Center and fee waivers for the Relay for Life of North Peninsula on September 21st, 2024. Item 9, approved by motion a request for the Japanese Cultural Festival Committee for parking lot closures, use of the David J. Chikuti Community Room, Library Room A and B, and fee waivers for the Japanese Cultural Festivals on October 6, 2024. Item 10, approved by motion a request from the Rotary Club of Millbrae for the use of Rotary Park and fee waiver for the Kids Carnival on October 27, 2024. And item 11, adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to issue purchase orders to suppliers selected by the Bay Area Chemical Consortium up to the total amount of $275,000 to purchase ferric chloride and sodium hypochlorite disinfectant chemicals for the water pollution control plan. Does anybody want to pull any item from the consent calendar? Do we have any public comments? I can entertain a motion.
Motion.
So moved.
Okay, I got a motion from Ms. Pappen. A second, I heard from Mr. Vice Mayor. A second. Any further comments? City Clerk, please do a roll call.
Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
Aye.
The consent calendar passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you so much. Moving along. Public hearing, item number 12. Consideration of a resolution making draft findings and declaring an intent to consider overriding the San Mateo City County CCAT, San Mateo County Airport Land Use Commission's determinations of inconsistencies with the policies of the Comprehensive Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan for the environment of San Francisco International Airport for a minor general plan land use tax amendment to add clarifying languages allowing life science laboratory technology, biotechnology, or research and development with a general commercial destination and located east of Highway 101 and west of Old Bayshore Highway. City Manager, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce our Community Development Director, Mr. Andy Mogensen, for his staff presentation.
Director Mogensen.
Good evening, Mayor Fung, members of the council. I apologize in the very long title for this item. Next slide, please. We've had a lot of interest and growth in projects related to life science land uses in the city of Millbrae. A couple years ago, we modified our Millbrae Station Area Specific Plan to allow bioscience uses. In those changes, the specific plan for the station area was amended to allow biosafety level 2 uses with a conditional use permit. And as you may recall, the Millbrae Station Area Specific Plan is located primarily within the airport runway safety zone 2, because it's just underneath the flight path of the runways. Next slide, please. Just to show you some, next slide. And so tonight's item is a continuation of that effort. We are going to be amending an area just to the east of our Millbrae Station Area Specific Plan. We're proposing a minor amendment to expand science laboratory research and biotechnology uses to the east of the Millbrae Station Area Specific Plan and allowing them on properties with a general commercial land use designation, as you can see in the map and the graphic in front of you. Next slide, please. Just to get more specific on what that general plan amendment would involve, you can see just a simple addition of text here in the slide in front of you. And that also includes the provision that any use containing biosafety level 2 or 3 is subject to review and approval of a conditional use permit. Now this part of Millbrae, if you could go to the next slide, please. Just some background first before we begin. The next slide, please. We first brought this item before the Planning Commission on February 5th. It did require, this is a multi-step process to consider this general plan land use amendment. The next step is to go to Airport Land Use Commission. We did that on February 22nd. They did not recommend, because they determined that the amendment wasn't consistent with the Comprehensive Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. It went to the CCAG Board of Directors. They also reviewed the item and made the same position. This is something that happens in a lot of cities in the Bay Area. We have a lot of bioscience within airport safety zones. You see them in Burlingame. You have the situation in South San Francisco. You have it in San Bruno. So it is something that cities have to do when they want to enable this land use in those airport safety zones. So if we go to the next slide, let's talk about those airport safety zones. Oh, by the way, I mentioned this is a 5-step process. We're here at step 4. The item tonight that we're going to be considering is to adopt a resolution making draft findings and declaring an intent to consider overriding the ALUC's determination of inconsistency and to provide notice to reviewing agencies. So this is the step 4 to step 5 to bringing that general plan amendment forward. Just to make that clear, so this is a multi-step process. We do have to come back at a future meeting. We have to go through a 45-day comment period before the city council can adopt or consider that general plan amendment. So tonight would be to kick off that action, providing notice to Caltrans Division of Aviation and the ALUC of that intent to override the airport land use plan. So next slide, please. So just to talk about, let's talk about those airport safety compatibility zones. As I mentioned, the Millbrae Station Area Specific Plan is in an airport safety zone 2. You can see it on the slide there. We're looking at area that is half in zone 3 and half not in a safety zone. So half of the area that were identified for this proposed general plan land use amendment is in airport safety zone 3 and the other half is not. I'll show you, go to the next slide, please. Just to blow that up and give you a little bit better view, this is a wide angle map of where those airport safety zones are. Now, airport safety zone 2 is a higher level safety zone for the airport. It's underneath the approach. It's more restrictive. So the area where we're proposing the general plan amendment that'll be coming back to you at a later date, should you choose to go forward with that override, it's zoned in zone 3 and half not in a safety zone. And zone 3 is a less restrictive safety zone. So for example, biosafety level 2, it's an advisory. It's not prohibited under the airport land use plan. It's just advisory. So it's not as restrictive as zone 2, which we've done this previously. So next slide, please. So again, the airport land use plan, it does say that biosafety level 3 uses are listed as incompatible, but it does say that biosafety level 2 uses should be avoided. But they could possibly be considered. Next slide. And there are different levels of biosafety. There are things that are involved with that. The life sciences that we see typically are biosafety level 1 and 2. Biosafety level 3 is, like I said, tonight we're not seeing a project. This isn't associated with a project that has any level at all. You know, it's not to approve a project that, like I said, this is just to enable the ability for people to come in and propose these projects in the future should they do that. And if they did have a biosafety level 2 and 3, the amendment would require a conditional use permit. So of course it would be coming back for a public hearing for that, specific project. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea what the physical improvements are to a lab when you do have these different levels. Biosafety level 1 is the lowest level. That's just a common typical laboratory environment. Biosafety level 2, you'll have the addition of a hood. You'll have some personal protective equipment. That's a basic equipment, but the additional of the hood is really the main thing. Next slide. But when you get into biosafety level 3, you're getting into air purifiers. You're getting into effluent decontamination systems. So there's a little bit more involved there. You'll have a controlled access and airlock system. So it's a little bit more involved with the building codes. Next slide. So the reason why we're doing this is, of course, the general plan aims to promote a robust local economy. It wants to foster economic growth, cultivate a diversity of businesses based on innovation, technology, and local entrepreneurship. This amendment would help achieve the general plan's goal by allowing the enabling potential bioscience uses in this part of the city. The next slide, please. And of course, we have we also have a general plan program to support new development to expand the position as a regional office in biotechnology life science market. And so what this does is it basically unlocks those properties located east of Highway 101, just as we've done for the Millbrae specific area, specific plan area. And this area, of course, is not in the Millbrae station area specific plan. It's outside of that. So, but it would be making it consistent with that. And it would, like I said earlier, it would be consistent procedurally by requiring a conditional use permit should we see any projects that come in the future. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this is to kick off that override to overrule the ALUC determination for this proposed general plan amendment. It requires a 2/3 vote of the council with specific findings in favor of the action. Next slide, please. And again, as I said, it would allow and enable life sciences, laboratory, biotechnology, and research development with up to biosafety level 2, I'm sorry, up to biosafety level 3. They would have to have a conditional use permit for any project that may come in involving biosafety level 2 and 3. But with the action that the council is proposing this evening, staff will then kick off that process. We'll provide notice to those agencies. We'll start that 45-day comment period, and then what we'll do is we'll be coming back to you with the actual amendment at a future meeting, and so this starts that process. So with that, I'm happy to answer that. Any questions that you may have on our proposal tonight?
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for a very detailed report. Councilwoman Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Morganson. I especially like the looks of the labs. Couple of questions, and then a little bit of background for the audience. I'm perfectly comfortable with BIOS level 2. I'm a little uncomfortable with 3. I would, when this comes back to us on bio level 3, to include in the staff report information of, at least in California, existing bio level 3s and what kind of problems have those labs have on that. For the general public, this is that part that we all know as the Westin and the Aloft. There was an approval several years ago, pre-COVID, for a third hotel. I've met, I don't know about the other council members, have met individually with Starwood, the owner of those properties, and I think you were with me that day. And the Starwood is planning on, or is hoping to take down the Westin and the Aloft, and hopefully come back and build a bigger hotel. If you look at that land, it's got a lot of surface parking lot, which brings us no money at all. So I like the idea of a hotel. I'm a little bit nervous about it becoming all biotech. So if Starwood is listening out there, I like the idea of a hotel. We're losing 2 other hotels. And I do not believe, but come back with us in a future staff report, the revenue that the city gets from biotech versus having hotels. And I say that specifically because La Quinta has already been aired. And between La Quinta and El Rancho, we're going to lose 10% of our general fund. When these 2 hotels come down, it's going to be another big hit in that time period before the other hotels meet. Mr. Morganson, they talked to you and me about, and I think it was Mr. Matta, they want to come back and build a hotel, but an additional thing there that is part of this new thing of building hotels along with a reason to be there. Millbrae is restricted from having convention centers because of the
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead,
The
City
item
Manager.
before you this evening is not.
This is
no,
telling you whether I'm going to vote for this or not, Tom.
If I may, for clarification.
So, okay.
The item in front of you is not the land development project. This is just a general land use change.
Then I
to
may
allow-
vote no for biotech.
That's okay.
I want to know.
I'm just informing you that this is not a hearing on a future project. I understand, and I'd like for the city attorney to weigh in, but I need to get you back in the lane that this is a general land use decision and general plan designation for a land use
Fine.
that may or may not
Fine.
occur with a project that may or may not be forthcoming.
And what will
to you, so
happen
I
is
don't wanna hear
tomorrow,
the
I'll have
project.
10 emails and 10 phone calls saying, and what's happening with those hotels. That's why I'm taking the time now, so the public knows that it's not anything happening now. There is a reason why I bring things up.
And that's okay. It's okay to tell the public that nothing is happening with
Well,
those
no.
hotels. They're continuing to operate.
It's not nothing, it's within 3
Okay,
years.
all right, hold on. So
For clarity,
that's,
we do not have an application.
I understand that. So let me try. So.
No, then let me finish. I'll stop with that. So I would like it to come back to a bio level 3. And I'm going to finish my comments in that the city of Millbrae, because of the county allowing the airport to come in, we have so little land that we have to approve things that bring in revenue. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, and I'll let City Manager speak after that. This, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wilkinson, this is about a land use destination for a certain location within the city. This is not about approving any projects. This isn't about tearing down any hotel. This isn't about affecting any revenue impact. This is just about changing the land use destination of a certain plot of land. Is that not correct?
That is correct. We don't have an application. I have not heard of an application. This is the last part of the city where we don't have this designation. We've done it along our El Camino Real corridor.
That's
We've done it
right.
in the general commercial district. So again, we're revisiting it. We've done it for our station area. We're doing it for this part of town. It's one of the last areas. We're enabling potential future applications, whoever it may be.
And future, hold on, I'll give you an opportunity to respond, I promise. And this has nothing to do with if any at all, pending application. In fact, the entire Bayshore Highway corridor has already been zoned for biotech and life science and the like.
Yeah.
Some already starting to go up. There may or may not ever be an application forthcoming. This is just about the land use destination so that we can prepare for the future. And we'll get back to you, Ms. Schneider, and then I'll have Ms. Pappen, and then we'll have Ms. Cahalan after, and then we'll come back to you. Ms. Pappen.
Thank you. I'm not at all comfortable with bio level 3.
Okay.
So I will not, I mean, are you asking us for, is this one way or another? Because I won't support 3. Okay. I would like to add one point here too. We go through this whole process on, as the mayor said, a designation here. It is time that the city also include the airport land use is way out of date. And we need to request childcare facilities in whatever is developed. So I would like to see somehow we pursue that and get this airport land use facility up to date, because we have these current projects and maybe future projects here with large employment issues, and we need childcare. So please, that is my opinion.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Cahalan, and then I have a follow-up after. Go ahead, please.
I'll start with a follow-up to the comment about, pardon me, the airport land use compatibility plans. I believe it was July or August that we discussed updating those at the committee. And it sounds like they recognize that they're out of date. There was a lot of other information about that. Caltrans is updating their handbook, and then once their handbook is up to date, then the airport land use said based on that, they can start doing their updates. But it sounds like it's about a 2-year process for Caltrans to do their process. So it has been discussed recently. That's the basic update. We can look at the minutes for more details, but.
To that point though,
yeah.
it's something we can do now.
Absolutely, absolutely. I also have concerns with BSL 3. And one of the questions I have, it is a large land space. It has great opportunity for mixed use, especially if we're looking at hotels or, other types of businesses or a social area for the community with commercial. What kind of impact would having BSL there impact our ability for that to be a nice multi-use space if someone came in with a project? And do we limit ourselves with the possibilities of what could be there if we approve BSL 3?
Is it a question?
I mean, I don't know
For
if
the
there's an
director?
answer to that, or if it's a
question, I'm happy to
hypothetical.
answer it now.
But it's something to
It
put out
wouldn't
there.
change the ability for any other land use to go there. It's not an either or situation. You're still able to do, as you said, it's just adding that to the list of permitted uses.
Any further comments? Okay. Councilwoman Schneider?
When this comes back, make sure that we know the height limits. This is the only portion of Millbrae, I believe, that is free of height limits subjected to us by the FAA and the County of San Mateo and Airport Land Use Committee. So this is actually extremely valuable land. I understand we're only doing one designation, but that's where the developers hear from this on that. So I'm glad I hear that 2 other council members are concerned about level 3. In terms of childcare, and as a former airport land use member, I'm not sure that's a childcare area. It's high flood risk. So there's some other issues, but we can come back at a later date and talk about good locations for childcare.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, I want to give you an opportunity because I didn't see a hand raised, and I cannot see your video. Do you have a comment or question? I want to provide everybody an opportunity here.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, I do not have a comment.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. I have a question, just for clarification's sake. This is a land use destination for a certain location. If, and only if, a future project were to come before this council again, let's say whether it is bio level 1, level 2, level 3, it will come back as a conditional use permit at that time, where this body, the city council, will have a decision-making ability to whether to approve that project or not. Is that not correct?
If the conditional use permit came to the council, it would normally go to the planning commission. So that is true. The other thing is I'm hearing multiple council members speak with concerns about BSL 3, and I want to advise you that you can direct us tonight, if that is the decision of the majority of the council, that we could come back in 45 days without BSL 3. I mean, that is within your decision tonight. We can modify the approval tonight if that is your choice. However, we wrote this in a way that it wouldn't say no outright. It would enable
It's a flexibility.
CUP. Right, it would give the flexibility. Now, in reality, not many biotechnology labs do BSL 3. It's very uncommon, but it does keep the door open for the potential, but it doesn't necessarily mean we would ever see one. They're just not very common.
Right, but my question is very specific, Mr. Wilkinson. Whether or not we approve BSL 3 as a land use destination,
yeah.
If a future project were to come forward that want to do either BSL 2 or up to 3, it will still require the CUP, where this body will still have a chance to make that decision to approve it or not, or to condition it in such a way that they perhaps provide better emergency services, hazmat services.
That's right.
They pay into some sort of a fee so that they can perhaps enhance our emergency responses and hazmat ability, handling ability, so that these things can be done safely. Is that not correct?
That is correct. That is a possibility.
Okay, so this is just a land use and more decision can be made later. Ms. Pappen?
Yeah, I think it's false advertising. So we are right, that location is right on the bay. I don't think I would propose only consideration of a level 2 and not a 3. And that would be my proposal if we're looking for motions.
Councilwoman Schneider?
Just a point of clarification. As part of our developer agreements, we could still do developer agreements. We could ask for every extra money. If it turned out to be a 10-story or a 12 or a 15-story building, which would trigger more ladders for the fire department. Hazmat is actually a different program. It's not under CCFD. That's another county contract. So just putting that out there that we would have to look for extra money for hazmat.
That is correct.
Or it would be assigned in a different way.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if in the future, and only if they propose to do a BSL 3 at all, that we can condition those approval, perhaps some sort of concession so that we can enhance the capability of hazmat handling and hazmat response time that would further bolster our capability to handle these conditions in the future. They would pay into some sort of a, city manager, what would that be considered? Some sort of a special fire safety district or whatever that might be?
Well, yeah, there's a couple ways to achieve that objective. One can just be a condition of approval. The other could be through a negotiated development agreement. The third way is to actually, this would require a vote of the property owners to do a community facilities district specifically for hazmat or any other service and facility in the area.
Because it's pretty common that, some of the other communities in the past where they have approved higher levels of biosafety labs, where they require these businesses to come in and then they pay into a fee so that it will enhance your emergency responses, which in turn lower the fees of our residents in terms of supporting these emergency services in the long run. So that's a possibility to consider. This is just enhancing our flexibility, putting more tools in our toolbox so that we have opportunities to make these decisions later. This is not binding us in any way, shape, or form to make those decisions or approving it in the future.
I'd like to move it
To me, we've got public comment first. To
Okay,
me, if we were to go to what you said, Mr. Morganson, about having it, but it would still have to come back, if we went to bio level 3, that would make the ground more valuable. So if somebody was buying the ground, but I don't believe the ground is going to be sold on that. So again, bio level 3 just makes me nervous.
I understand your nervousness there.
But it would, if the land was sold and it went instead of 40 million that we got per acre from Longfellow and Alexandria to 50 million, that slowly but surely gives us a little bit more property tax and a little bit more to the schools. That's the only advantage I could see to a bio level 3 in terms of financing.
Okay. You have a comment?
Yeah, I do want to reemphasize here, the location on the bay is strategic. Look, any type of accident out there, I'm not going to be responsible for bio level 3 here. I am going to make a motion only for level 2 when your public comment is done. And then we should call for the question.
Thank you, Ms. Pappen. Ms. Cahalan.
I just had one question. Are there other areas in the county that have approval of BSL 3 and where
Yes.
about?
There are multiple locations in the county. In fact, San Mateo, the medical center in the city of San Mateo, the county's medical center is a BSL level 3. If you go, I can't say any examples in South City off the top of my head.
South City does have some, San Carlos shut it down for very specific reasons here. So
Yeah.
those are the only
We
two.
do know that they exist in those cities. I know that in the city of San Francisco, there are multiple BSL level 3s around the Chase Center, UCSF, what's the building? Genentech Hall is a BSL 3 facility. There's another facility nearby that's also BSL 3, and I can't remember the name of the lab off the top of my head. But these are very high density populated areas with residential uses, next door that do have those levels. So it's not uncommon. And what are developed, I would say it's less common, but it's not, not completely uncommon. What I'm hearing from developers is that when facilities like laboratories do have a BSL level 3 area, it is very, very small. It's usually a small room within a larger facility. These are not like entire floors. These are like literally just like a room set aside because they just don't need that much space for it.
Okay, all right. So unless I got further comment from the council or questions from the council for our staff, I'd like to take public comment and we can come back. So, Ms. Elaine? That's what I'll go next. Yeah. I'd like to make sure we take some public comment. We have Marion Kong. Thank you, Director.
Okay, starting last year, this body, this government kept telling the resident, we are solely depending on the TOT taxes. That's generated from the hotel. And now I'm hearing this, you are going to plan to reclassify, reuse the land for the biotech. That basically present the opportunity that that land will get purchased by biotech. And then what happened to the hotel? So how are city going to get money? Everybody keeps saying that we are fighting for La Quinta because loss of TOT. And then so now we are opening the door to lose down the 2 hotel. I love the big hotel that's coming in, but I just want to know is what kind of message you are sending to the resident? Okay, I got such a mixed information, I'm not even quite sure. I don't even need the level 1, level 2, level 3, that's beyond my consideration. The consideration for me is, will we have enough taxes for our general fund? That what you told us last year, we will lose La Quinta. We're going to be crippled. Done.
Thank you for your comment. City Manager, I have a question. Should and if, only if, there's a conditional use permit application coming forward, can we not require a fiscal impact study or a tax impact study on these potential future developments?
Yes, Mayor, we can require a fiscal impact study. And for the benefit of this conversation, we're not disallowing hotel land use. We're not disallowing commercial.
We're
we're not
increasing the
disallowing office.
opportunities.
All we're doing is just adding this as one of many land uses. And I do believe, and I'm not talking about a future project, that it is in the best interest of the city for the public to know that retaining a hotel on that site is absolutely essential. So I don't want anybody to misinterpret what's going on or go out, it's important for the public to listen to what we're doing and understand this is economic development. We're not eliminating a hotel. Any project that comes before us, at least from staff's recommendation, we will recommend that a hotel be remain. And to your point, Mayor, a fiscal impact study will be required to ensure not only is the city kept whole, but any project actually improves our economic vitality and economic base.
And we can base, it should only if it ever come forward that there's a project to be redone at that site, we can require a fiscal impact study. And then the approval can be conditioned upon, these impacts to be a positive impact rather than negative impact, correct?
That's right. And there is no plan to remove the two hotels that are there. If we do get a plan, then it's under the discretion of this city council, the planning commission, to direct land use and condition the project accordingly in the fiscal interest of the city, as well as job creation and everything that we're trying to achieve in our objective.
So essentially, long story short, this is adding additional land use capability to that site, but not eliminating the current land use capability at the site.
That's right.
Move approval of level 2 only.
I don't have any other hand raised publicly online. I only got one speaker slip. City Clerk?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Closing public hearing, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, legal.
Do you need a motion to close public hearing?
I close public comment. There's no more hands raised, no more slips.
There should be, technically, there should be a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
All right, we have a do we need to call a vote? City Clerk?
Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
Aye.
The public hearing is closed.
All right, bring it back to the council for this discussion.
Move approval of level 2 only.
I'll second that. I think, it sounds like there are concerns with this. We do see it in the area. There isn't a lot of demand right now. I think if this is something we start to see more demand, that it can help us economically and we learn more about the safety impact on the community and there's less concerns about it, we can always revisit this.
Call for the question.
Any other comment?
I'll just note that the change in the amendment, in the motion is to Exhibit A, the general commercial policy, where it references biotech 1, 2, or 3, or biotech 2 or 3. It'll be 1 and 2 and only 2. That's where the change would be.
Call for the question.
Yes, I have one comment. The city is filled with many different opportunities. Many of these opportunities are something that we gave ourselves. And we're in the business of trying to improve the lives of our people and give more opportunity to the people of Millbrae. I want to make sure that we don't take our own opportunities away, especially in a situation where we have a complete control over what gets and not gets done at that site, if anything ever gets done at that site. I see a hand raised from Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, this is for clarification of the last statement by council. Did you say the change would be that it would state 1 2, but it would be only number 2, or will it be 1 and 2, and you only just would exclude number 3?
We would exclude number 3. The way the wording is in Exhibit A to the resolution, there's a policy under Table LU1 for general commercial, and at the very end of that, it states the uses are limited to purposes located east of Highway 1 and may contain biosafety levels. It would read 1 and 2. Any use containing biosafety level 2 is subject to review and approval of a conditional use permit.
Okay.
That's the revised wording. In other words, you take 3 out of those 2 sentences.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question from
Call for the
Councilwoman.
question.
I have a question from Councilwoman Schneider.
So, Mayor, I understand where you're trying to go, and I'd love to give staff as much flexibility as possible. But to Councilwoman Cahalan, if we approve only 2 tonight, and 6 months from now we get an offer, and they want level 3, we would have to go through this whole process again, including ALEC again. Versus if we approve level 3 tonight, it could come back to us as a discussion without having to deal with Airport Land Use Commission and the 45 days and all of that.
We would not need to go back to ALUC in the future if this were adopted at the next 45-day meeting after that comment period.
I'm trying to show the mayor a little bit of love and flexibility. I'm very torn.
If I may, Councilmember Mayor, I think the question is if only 2 is adopted this evening, and in the future, the council would like to consider 3, we have to go back to airport land use, we have to go back to CCAC.
We would have to do this
correct.
process
That's
all
what
over
they're
again
asking.
if you did want to do 3, correct. We would have to go through this 5-step process. There would be this 45-day comment period. You'd have to go through that override again.
At which point, I'd like to be clear here, this council needs a full-blown education on level 3 and the impact of level 3. I've sat through many of these discussions before here. Just by throwing it in, oh, it's a business opportunity, that is the wrong approach here. If you bring it back, you will be educated to no end as to the dangers of level 3 here. And again, this is located right on the bay front here. We are not for closing any business opportunity. Level 2 is in very high demand, 1 and 2. The 2 big projects we have now are up to level 2. So it's just beyond comprehension here that you think that we need to put in level 3 at this point in time. That is not accurate, and it is highly risky here. So I have a motion on the table. Again, for the 4th time, I'd like to call for the question.
Any other comment? Any other questions? Okay. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Snyder.
Yes.
Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Aye.
Mayor Fung.
Aye.
All right. Item number 12 passed by a vote of 5-0 with amendment to have biosafety level 1 and 2 on Exhibit A of the resolution. Motion
so
carried
much.
5-0.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We don't have any existing business tonight. Moving on to new business, item number 13. Waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance for electronic and paperless filing of Fair Political Practices Commission FPPC campaign disclosure statement. City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The presentation will be provided by our city clerk, Ms. Elaine Tran.
Ms. Tran.
Good
Take your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Elaine Tran. I'm the city clerk, and tonight I do have our representative from NetFile that will be joining us. He is online for any questions that you may have that I can't answer. His name is Tom Daubert, and just a little background. Next slide, please. The city clerk is the local file officer for the city and responsible for receiving and reviewing and storing campaign disclosure statements, as well as making it accessible to the public. Elected and appointed official, city council candidates, campaign committee currently file their statements in hard copy form only with original signatures as required by FPPC regulation. State also require campaign statements and reports to be posted online within 72 hours of each applicable filing deadline, with street names, building numbers, contact information, and bank account numbers to be redacted. To provide a more efficient process, the city has recently acquired NetFile. This electronic and paperless filing system accommodates online filing of several types of FPPC forms and meets the requirements of the Secretary of State. Electronic filing will eliminate the need for wet signatures, staff time to redact statements, and manually post online. The process will be automatic. The NetFile will post a redacted version of each filing online upon submission of the electronic filing. In order for the city to accept the electronic file statements, the City Council must adopt an ordinance approving the use of an online or electronic filing system, which shall include the legislative finding that the online and electronic filing system will operate securely and effectively and will not unduly burden filers. In terms of security, NetFile system is a web-based application that utilizes the industry's best practices, and it uses the same data encryption used by banks for online banking. Information is stored and backed up at 2 separate locations, creating essential safety measures and redundancy that allow for recovery of information in the event of a national in an emergency or a disaster, just like our Laserfish system. That's our web repository. Next slide, please. Okay. If approved, all committee filers will be required to submit their filings through the automated system, and paper filings will no longer be accepted. However, to support the city's effort towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, the filing officer will have the right to accept the paper filing in lieu of electronic filing at the city clerk's discretion under certain circumstances, such as limited access to a device or internet connection. Implementation of NetFile system will promote transparency and provide convenience for committees, individuals, and the public with 24-hour filing and public viewing of campaign finance information online. There are currently 180 cities and 32 counties in California that are using NetFile for their e-filing of campaign disclosure statements. Annually, Code 87200 filers, which are City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, Finance Director, and the Planning Commission, and other designated city official identified in the city's Conflict of Interest Code, will need to file their economic statement of interest forms, Form 700, with the new system. But with the new system, we can file these forms online without a hard copy or wet signature. Form 700 filers are also required to take their ethics training every 2 years. The FPPC ceased their free ethics training online. Therefore, the city added this service to the agreement so the city officials can access the training to complete this training on demand as required. The Form 700 and ethics training components of NetFile do not require an ordinance and are simply internal procedural change. The cost for NetFile is $5,400 annually, and there are sufficient funds in the city clerk's budget for the current fiscal year. NetFile has agreed to pay for the $1,000 FPPC registration fee and agreed not to have any cost escalation for the next 5 years. Tonight, the council's action is to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 2.55, electronic and paperless filing of the Fair Political Practice Commission campaign disclosure statement to the city's municipal code.
Thank you, City Clerk. Questions and comments from Ms. Cahalan, Council Member.
First, I want to say thank you. When I saw the move to electronic, I did a little happy dance. That being said, we have our Form 700s are due at the end of this month. And then after that, there's only one more filing at the end of this year, the fiscal year, correct?
That'll be the ethics training.
And that'll be the ethics training. So I know the $5,000 is a small amount. I know we have it in the budget for this fiscal year, but my thoughts are we won't really get a benefit out of it this fiscal year. And I would encourage us to wait till next fiscal year.
700 form is just one component of NetFile. We also have campaign statement disclosure. So like for instance, 460s, 497s. Those are the campaign disclosure, and this is why we're adopting an ordinance to allow for that. So people who are, planning to run for office, that they will be receiving $2,000 or more, or expending over $2,000 or more, can file those electronically. And those are important because we typically get quite a few of those, and it will really be very helpful to have that online, because we did have requests from candidates or even council members, treasurers, that asked if we're ever going to go electronic. And this is what we've been working on. I thought it was just like a good component to kind of add to our existing service.
Definitely. I'm just, between today and June 30, do we have many more filings happening to make it worth it for us to do it this fiscal year, or wait till next fiscal year?
Yes, so this is election year. So election year, usually there are typically more filings than anything. So for candidates who are planning to run for office, they have minimum of 4. And then not including the 497s, which is like if they get $1,000 or more in aggregate from one single source, they're also required to file that every time it hit that. So it's not like if you get a lot of $1,000 filings, that could be quite a few. And our existing portal, people could visit it and you could see how many that staff have to actually manually redact and upload to our website for our public access. And as I mentioned, there are deadlines. There's minimum of 4 deadlines, and we have, election coming this year for 3 council seats. So depending on how many candidates you have, it depends on how much work we'll have to put in to do that as well.
Definitely. I just wanted to make sure, since we are at like the tail end, it's about to start the last quarter of the fiscal year, that would there be significant enough use before June 30 to make it worth it doing it in this fiscal year?
It's by service agreement year. So we just started the contract, so it'll just be 1 full year for $5,400 for 5 years.
And it would just be a matter of.
Calendar year, not fiscal year.
Well, it would be a matter of when we start the contract. So do we start the contract this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
No, not fiscal year, annual year. So it's not June.
Okay. Thank you.
Anytime.
Councilmember Schneider.
City Clerk, I just want to say yay, thank you. For the public, 497s, in different cycles of a campaign, if someone gives you $1,000, you have to report within 24 hours. You pick up a check on a Saturday, you are scared on Sunday that you're going to make your filing on time. This takes away that. The other thing that came up at the Cal Cities Policy Committee that the mayor and I were at over the weekend was the fact that the FBC can't do the ethics anymore, but there is legislation trying to get that back. Yes. But I still think it's worth doing it. Maybe that means more of our committee members take the ethics training too, as that requirement goes. I'm all in support of this. Yay, thank you.
Of course.
Question?
Go ahead, Ms. Pappen.
Can we still submit our 700 forms in person?
Yes.
Thank you. Move approval.
I have
Just one.
All right, legal.
Just one comment. As I prepared for the meeting tonight, I noticed there was a typo in the wording of the ordinance. There's a reference to section 255.001B, and it should be to 255.020B, and that is found in section 2.55.020 in subsections F, H, J, and K. So if that could be included in the motion, I'd appreciate it.
It is included in the motion. Move approval.
Thank you. So, Vice Mayor, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do have a comment that the ordinance is great. I'll be happy to support it. I just hope that we can modify it a little bit to not only enhance our capability to take it online, but also allow paper to be submitted by the deadline rather than being a discretion. Some of us who want to submit paperwork by 5 p.m. on a certain day, on a certain deadline, if that's what we so choose, and able to get a printer and able to get to whatever it is to get it done online, we should not limit the ability to submit these paperwork in person. So that's my friendly amendment that I would ask.
I just asked that question.
Hold on. So right now, as it stands, whether or not to accept paper form is by discretion. I think it should not be a discretion. I think they should be allowed to submit paper form regardless.
It was in the staff report.
It was pretty clear in the presentation a moment ago. City Clerk?
So you're asking if we can not make it like a requirement and just allow people to go ahead and file based on what they would like to do, as far as a hard copy or online?
Right.
If that is.
The online should be in addition to what we have, instead of limiting the ability, take away the ability for paper filing.
If that's the desire of the council.
Right. So I would like to ask for that amendment, friendly amendment.
The amendment is accepted.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second accepts it.
Second accepts it, please call.
One last question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, since all of us have to be doing our Form 700s by April 2nd, some of the ones I have to do allow to go to the county's net file and do 3 of them, and then I still have to do Bosqua over here, I have to do somebody over there. Will this allow us to do, I'm sorry, one 700 and it can go to everybody? One year it worked really well, and every year since, I keep having to send separate copies.
Good thing we have Tom online that he can
That's what
probably
I was
answer that
hoping he could
question.
say. Can we do one 700 and send it to everybody? Because a lot of our regional committees are joining the ranks of having to do a 700 where they've never done them. And golly, it just takes so much time.
Yeah. Well, here's the situation as far as an electronic filing. Once you get approved by the FPPC to use the system, you can create an expanded statement filing, and you could create that once and you can distribute it to any outside agency that you have listed on your expanded statement filing. The thing is that when you do that, you have to file to the broadest extent of all of your filing areas that you have, whatever conflict of interest codes you're listed under and what the requirements are. But you can distribute the one filing. If it happens to be a net file agency, what you can do is you can let us be known that you belong to these different agencies, because a simple name match doesn't confirm that that really is you. In San Mateo County, we've had people with the exact same name work in the county itself. So what we have to do is we have to identify that person. We could link all of your profiles together, and you could choose to file one. And when you file one, the system will ask you, would you like to file to any of your other agencies that are net file using this information? If you say yes, you view the draft, you click a button, and it files for that second agency, and it will come up one at a time for any outside agency that you're using, that you use NetFile. If it's not a NetFile agency, you could forward a copy of the PDF to that outside agency. As long as you send it to them before the filing deadline, you should be fine. One thing I do want to mention as far as the paper side of things, what you had previously mentioned, from my perspective, and mind you, we've been doing e-filing systems. Our first client was Santa Clara County back in 2003. Having a dual filing requirement, if I'm understanding what you're asking, having both an electronic and a paper version is kind of counterproductive, because you have to store the paper. The electronic filing can be the filing of record if you pass your ordinances as such, as well as if you turn a paper filing in and you don't electronically file it. Now the city clerk only has 72 hours to redact, scan, upload, and place that filing online for the whole world to see. That changed back in January of 2021. It was Assembly Bill 2151 that maintains that requirement for all cities and counties. And pretty much almost 100% of our agencies that have come on board since January 1 have mandated their filers, and these are only committee filers. 470 filers you can't mandate. Government Code 84561 doesn't allow you to mandate a 470 filer. A 470 filer always has an option to electronically file if they want, but for a committee filer, I'd highly recommend thinking about mandating those filings, because it does two purposes. One is for the city. It does a great job in maintaining efficiency. It's green, there's no paper to store. And for the filer, it especially keeps you out of hot water. The system offers a free filer application that you can use. It automatically calculates all your summary totals. It automatically places the transaction on the proper schedule. And there's a lot of gotchas that you can fall into if you're filing on paper. If you have an outstanding loan and you forget to actually include that Schedule B
Thank
on
you.
your Form 460, you could have all kinds of problems.
Thank you. For clarification, and
Go ahead.
I'm going to call for the question. Okay, there is a discrepancy here. If someone makes an error on a 700 form and they've turned it in by hand, it is a misdemeanor. If you do it electronically, as such, it can become a felony. And this is just for an insignificant error here. So I would call for the question, which means we have to take a vote under Robert's rules now.
Any further comments? I don't think we have any public comment. I don't have any slips. I don't
Robert's
have any hands
rules
raised.
requires a vote, sir.
I understand that, but we also have to preserve free speech.
I did not receive any speaker slip on this particular
And
item.
anybody, there's no hands online?
No hands raised online.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Please do a roll call.
Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Funk?
Aye.
Item number 13, waive the first reading, introduce an ordinance for electronic filing on paperless filing for Fair Political Practice Commission campaign disclosure statement passed by a vote of 5-0 with amendment not to require online filing.
Thank you so much. Item number 14, discuss and provide directions regarding a commitment of staff resources to respond to the request from members of the City Council on district election and an election of a mayor representing the city at large. City Manager, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, pursuant to the adopted city council protocols, any member of the city council may request through the mayor that an item be placed on the agenda for discussion and consideration. The protocols further state that requests for information or research anticipated to take more than 2 hours of staff time to complete will be brought to the full city council at a regular meeting for consideration and approval and direction. We received and we've discussed the request from both Vice Mayor Goodman and Councilmember Pappen that the item be placed on the city council agenda to discuss the election of an at-large mayor and district election. So the question before the council this evening is not that, but to direct staff to move this research forward and bring back to the city council the findings.
Thank you so much. So I will turn the questions and the floor and the mic to the Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Pappen, who wants to have this item on this agenda. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes. First and foremost, as we get requests from our public, we support items to be bumped up to be formal requests from council. That is why I supported the request of a member of our public, as I did for 2 other agenda items that I hope are addressed as well. On this item, I want to be very clear, crystal clear, that I do not, nor have I ever supported these, what I believe to be backwards looking, undemocratic, and dangerously regressive policy recommendations. I expressed that to our city manager at the end of that meeting, and he understood, and I got confirmation of that, as did I make the same statement to our mayor at a subsequent time. And so I just wanted to be clear as we move forward with this conversation, to have current and or former mayors of our city campaign or make such suggestions. It's very problematic, and it makes sense for us to have this discussion so we can put it to bed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Pappen.
Yes, I'm glad to see that this is up for discussion here today. It is on. Okay, I'm glad to see that this is on the agenda here, and I think we'll be hearing from more of the public. We had moved to district elections at a point in time when we were informed that there might have been a violation of the California Voters' Rights Act. And since that time, there has been case law which actually suggests that the move to district elections can show within our city, well, first it showed that every city is unique and different, and no one should be lumped together. We are a very small city. If anything, those of us who were here during the redistricting, it was very divisive. It was not something that brought our city together in any way, shape, or form. And it has shown that one of our protected groups, their voting power was lessened. And that's what the law is about here. So I think it is a wise decision of this council to get a legal opinion whether we need to maintain districts in a again, we're only 3.2 square miles here. We have gone through a cycle of district elections, and the voting pool was limited. In past elections, we had a great deal of people running for council seats among many here, and the voters really had significant choices to make here. In addition to that, the position of mayor has become clouded as far as protocol goes for many years, and it's time, I believe, that the voters should decide who the mayor is in this city, as other cities have done. San Francisco has been that way, San Jose, Belmont now, San Bruno too. Let the voters decide this. So I think it's important today that we hear from the residents as to how they feel about this, because we are trying to bring the city together here. And district elections did not do that. If anything, it became much more divisive. There were people campaigning, showing one map, not showing other maps. People were confused. Nobody was happy about it. So I think this is a time where, under the current law, or what came down from the California Supreme Court, seems reasonable. Nobody wants to violate the Voters' Rights Act. But I believe that it was violated, that when we went to districts, one of our protected groups, specifically the Asian population, was disenfranchised. So I think this is a time that we can correct the past and move forward in a very positive way. So I look forward to hearing from the public on this. And I don't believe, as the Vice Mayor suggested, that this is going backwards by any means. I think this is actually moving us forward and uniting us in a positive way, bringing the city together here and giving the city residents an opportunity to decide the council as a whole and also to decide who the mayor shall be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any comment? Okay, Councilmember Schneider, please.
This is one of those times where I'd love to hear from the public first. I would say, because I personally think that the California Voters' Rights Act should be based on socioeconomics. And one of the things that I do like about districting is representation, for the first time that I am aware of someone living east of El Camino Real. And I think that that's critically important. But I'd love to hear from the public on that. And then I have some other comments of just the ability. I'd like to hear from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ms. Cahalan, do you have anything? Okay, so she'd like to hear from public comment. Mr. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, I would ask for clarification from our legal counsel there was a comment of grouping types of mayors, and like San Francisco and San Bruno, those are two totally different types of mayoral powers. As in our city, if we do go that route, a mayor is still just a ceremonial title. You are a council member, and That's it. You do not have any additional powers to act outside of a council meeting like a mayor in San Francisco or any other major city. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure, I believe that's accurate. Millbrae is a general law city. There are many cities in this state that are charter cities. They have basically their own individual municipal constitution provided for in the state constitution. And they are free to have a much more of a variety in terms of their governance. In a general law city, you may have a separately elected mayor. They are a member of the city council. They don't have necessarily any specific other powers other than those are normally exercised by the current mayor. But some cities have seen that, prefer that arrangement, and it's something certainly available to the city if you want to implement.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Speaking from personal experience, Mr. Vice Mayor, I can tell you that mayor does not have special power, but you do get more attacks, as we have seen lately in a lot of mailers. To that end, we have 10 speakers. I have 9 speakers slip and 1 online hand raise, and we will set the speaker time to 2 minutes, just so that we can be expedient. The first person speaker is Mr. Ken Smith, followed by Steve Rinaldi.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm at 218 Taylor Boulevard, and I've been a resident for 22 years. I didn't put a slip in for the public comments. I just wanted to take 1 second, and then I'll get right to it. But I wanted to thank you for your role in Article 34 lawsuit and representing Millbrae in the right way. Just wanted to get that on the table. I just didn't want to come up here twice. But I do support the funding and to the due diligence and study and resources for the mayor at large. Millbrae residents should have their voice heard and who they believe should be the mayor of Millbrae. Millbrae's residents, not just one district, but it's multiple districts. But unfortunately, our town is so small that we want to be able to have a pool of the whole Millbrae, not just one particular area. So I believe that we need to have a mayor at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Steve Rinaldi, followed by Marge Colapietro, please.
Thank you, Mayor Fung, council members, city staff, and most importantly, residents of Millbrae. Mayor Fung, thank you for taking all the arrows from these recent flyers. They've had some pretty harsh words, and I want to also echo what Ken Smith said. On behalf of my family, neighbors in my area, thank you for your continued unwavered support, fighting for Millbrae residents' rights, their constitutional rights to Article 34. La Quinta is a very complicated issue, and we appreciate you fighting on behalf of the residents of Millbrae. Moving over to the election side, hearing the comment that we're going to be moving backwards by exploring a mayor at large is a little perplexing to me. The mayor represents all of Millbrae. Millbrae is built up of multiple districts now. We've seen in the last election cycle what happens by going down the district route. We had one person run pretty much uncontested with no other choice on the ballot other than a write-in candidate. This is about broadening the choices for Millbrae residents. We're 3.2 square miles, and we need the best candidates to pick from. Millbrae deserves that. Secondly, I would like you folks to explore all options. I'm not even opposed to doing elections at large. I really think we need the best candidates in the city council now. I think La Quinta showed us that with how the council reacted. I think we have what I would refer to as tribal knowledge that's sitting on this council right now. That's very valuable, and it's only earned by experience at the regional level, state level, and understanding how things work. I feel we have people that can grow into their roles and that they're still new. Who knows what the future is going to bring for all of us. But I will say this, it's important that we even explore possibly changing the term limits to keep some of these members up here so they can help coach,
Mr. Rinaldi, thank you for your time.
so they can help coach the younger people. Thank you.
Ms. Colapietro, and followed by Gaston Somayer.
Good evening. I request that you maintain the rotation of mayor. In fairness to the elected council members and our community, each council member has been elected because of their concern and love of our community. Additionally, seeking a place of leadership includes hard work, dedication, with many hours of work and expense. Each council member in good standing should at least have the honor of being mayor. Being a former mayor, it was really a special privilege and honor for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colapietro. Mr. Somayer, followed by Ms. Karen Lobo.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Ghassan Shamia. Been a resident of Millbrae my entire life, still a proud resident of District 1. I want to start off by thanking Councilwoman Pappen for taking the time to explain this to me when other members of the district had questions regarding this specific item. You made yourself available to answer our questions, and I thank you. I'd like to express support for the idea of allocating some resources into analyzing what this law says. As a lawyer myself, I know that case law can be quite tricky and can be interpreted in many different ways. I do see some benefits, although I recognize the position by Vice Mayor that mayors can be seen as a largely symbolic position. I do recognize the power that it gives the people of the city in feeling that they are part of this democratic process in electing a city leader. I do, though, think that the city should maintain its district voting for council member positions to ensure equitable representation for the residents of those particular districts. Nonetheless, allocating resources to investigate what the current case law is to make sure that we are not in violation of California Supreme Court decisions, and to ensure that we're not going to face lawsuits by litigation firms out there that would force the city to spend tens of thousands of dollars in defending a potential lawsuit. Whichever direction we go should be kept into consideration as we move forward. The city's budget, as you all know, is very imperative, and we need to make sure that we do right by the voters and not just thinking about mayoral elections, but also the budget and the repercussions this could cause to the budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Ms. Karen Lobos, followed by Mr. Joe Teresi.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to ask the council to approve funding to do due diligence and explore the mayor at large. I believe we need someone who represents and appeals to all of the city residents. We need a dedicated leader, not rotating council members with personal agendas. I think there's room for districts, but I'd like to see a mayor at large. A mayor at large, I believe, would provide better continuity and leadership in these important and challenging times. And, you know, just to comment on what Councilmember Schneider said, she said that districts brought attention to the east side, but that's not your district and you're still aware of it. So I believe that you all have that ability to pay attention to the other areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Joe Teresi, and then followed by Ms. Jean Wong.
Good evening. My name is Joe Teresi. I live on Bluebell Court. My take on it is a little different. I'm kind of confused by the whole thing. It seems to me it's the classic case of a solution in search of a problem. I don't really know what the problem is that we're trying to solve. Earlier today, I sent you all an analysis. I went back and looked over the past 24 years at the elections in the city of Millbrae, and I didn't find any evidence that the number of candidates is being suppressed by the fact that we've moved to district elections. It seemed pretty consistent from what I saw. I agree that the districting process itself was a bit contentious, but now that we have it in place, I don't see the fact that two of the members are elected by district as being divisive. I think that the two members that represent individual districts have done a great job of representing the entire city and aren't being selfish or parochial in the way they look at the issues. So I don't see that as a valid concern. Also, this is a new thing. We've only done it once. There's been one election using districts. You know, we don't have enough data to really make an assessment yet. I think we should wait a while and see how it pans out. It's not clear to me at this point whether or not we would still be subject to lawsuits. I guess there was a case which I don't fully understand, but I don't know that it's totally eliminated the basis of the original lawsuit. So I wouldn't want us to be exposing ourselves to that legal exposure by trying to change things again. And as far as the decision as to whether or not to have a mayor elected, it seems to me that just a couple of years ago, that same issue was decided upon when we did the districting, and that three of the council members that are still on the council voted to do it the way we're doing it without the elected mayor. So I'm not sure what's changed since then. But for all those reasons that I've listed, I would advocate for the status quo for now, and that no staff time or money be spent to
Thank you, Joe.
study these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and I appreciate your research that has been sent to the council, has been entered into public record. Ms. Jean Wong, followed by Mr. Dan Quick.
Good evening, Mayor Fong, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jean Wong, and I've been a Millbrae resident for 26 years. I believe that this is not the time to spend $50,000 to direct staff to explore the feasibility of, one, replacing the current mayor rotation protocol with an at-large elected mayor, or transitioning from district elections back to an at-large elected city council. As you recall, as Joe Teresi mentioned, this issue was addressed back in 2022, and council voted against any kind of change to the the mayor election process. So the rotation protocol has served Millbrae well. It provides an opportunity for residents to gauge and assess the effectiveness and performance of our elected council members. It also provides council members themselves tremendous opportunities to grow professionally and personally at both the local and regional levels. The only flaw with the protocol is that it is administered at the pleasure and whim of city council. Council members themselves have created unnecessary drama and strife by breaking protocol. It is disingenuous to blame the rotation protocol for the problems that have caused by their own actions. To fix this problem is easy, and it costs $0. The protocol can be simply codified as an ordinance. Once codified, the rotation process is removed from the subjective whims of council, and rotation becomes an annual scheduled, stress-free event to be celebrated and not feared. As for transitioning back to an at-large council member elections, there's no justifiable reason to consider this at this time. Millbrae has held only one district election. The result was positive, adding 2 new members to council who are not part of the Millbrae political establishment. These new members have brought much-needed new ideas and perspectives to City Council. Given all the fiscal challenges that Millbrae is currently facing and must manage in the current years, months and years, pursuing this is an absolute waste of scarce and valuable budget dollars and unproductive diversion of staff resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Mr. Dan Quick, followed by Mr. Hayden Lee.
Dan Quigg, resident of Millbrae for 52 years. I'm here tonight to express my opinion about this election cycle. I think that we should go back to having members of the city council being elected at large. I think that way the public has an opportunity to seek whoever they want to represent them. In addition, like other cities, I think it's important now to move forward to have the mayor specifically elected by the constituents in the city of Millbrae that he serves or she serves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quay. Mr. Lee. And then after that, we will move on to online speakers.
Hi, Mayor, City Council members, thank you. My name's Hayden Lee. I've been a Millbrae resident for 38 years, and I'm very familiar with this issue of district elections. I was involved in San Francisco when it went back to district elections in the year 2000, and I sat on the county commission about 10 years ago, which examined and made recommendations for the county supervisorial districts. About 10 years ago. Of course, it was the supervisors who got to vote on it in the end, so they didn't want to change anything anyway. But anyway, I normally am in favor of district elections on the county basis in San Francisco, yes. But here in Millbrae, when I saw that the city was going to district elections, it occurred to me, like, are you kidding me? This is such a small town. I don't know of any seriously underrepresented or disadvantaged communities here in Millbrae where we would need district elections. To be honest with you, I'd rather vote for all of you. I'd rather hear all of you rather than just my one little Millbrae Highlands district. So I do believe that we should allocate the funds to look into this. I think that Millbrae is better off as a small town without district elections. I do believe a mayor is a good idea. Being able to vote on a mayor would give us perhaps a stronger leader, would be a mandate for a leader of Millbrae, and it would also give us the opportunity to look at what kind of plans we want to see the mayor lead us on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. That's all the speaker slip. City Clerk, would you please help call the online speaker?
Certainly, Mayor. The first speaker is Annie Oliva. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor Fung. I am so happy to be here tonight. You know, if you guys really want to talk about fairness, fairness is about letting everybody have their voice. And I was then as a mayor and still passionate about advocating for one mayor at our large voting in our community. This change is crucial, and it is for the unity and the fairness of our city. Do our constituents still want to remain on 3 votes to who will be our mayor and who will be our leader in our community? It's not what any city that is a leader in the community in our state does. Even as a retiring mayor, I pledged and supported this before I even got here tonight to speak. Let's work together and make sure every vote and every voice is heard to vote for our leadership. The district elections were never intended for a city like Millbrae. It was a hoax, and we know that. If we could get past that, great. We are a small community, a small city that has so many people that are passionate with leaders everywhere. We don't have to live in a neighborhood to support what everybody needs in our community. We need one leader at this point because of the district elections, a mayor at large that will lead us with continuity and support for what we want to represent.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Oliva. I believe that's all the speakers. City Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor. There's no other speakers online.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not sure if I accidentally, if someone raised your hand, do you mind doing it again? Yes. Is Chris Rosa? Would you like to accept the mute?
Hello, my name is Chris DeRosa. I'm a Millbrae resident for 20 plus years. First and foremost, thank you, Mayor and the council. Second of all, just to remind the council that you guys are a voice of your district. So personal choices have to be thrown out. Second of all, I still want to know more about the pros and cons of having a mayor-elect or at-large. And to be honest with you, I live on the east side, and I've been trying to get us noticed since 2011. I don't know if it's a combination of the death that happened and having someone on our side being elected, or just my voice alone, as I have been a voice for the east side since 2011. But like I said, just want to have more pros and cons about having a mayor-elect would be interesting, and to hear more pros and cons to have either districting or non-districting would be helpful. If anything should be revisited, it has been brought up that the redistricting was a little confusing, so maybe revisit the redistricting or get it redistricted again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, City Clerk?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, I got you, Councilmember Schneider. We'll get back to that in a minute. We did, City Manager, we did receive a public communication from Mr. Schenkman, did we not? If just take a minute to just kind of highlight some of the important things that were said in the letter, so that for the benefit of the public.
Well, okay, a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. One is, yes, we did receive, and I think it was forwarded to the City Council on Monday, March 23rd letter from Mr. Schenkman, and then also, as was stated by the member of the public, in your purple folder, correspondence from Mr. Joe Teresi.
Right, but Mr. Teresi certainly had his 2 minutes to speak his opinion, but I think some of the important things with Mr. Schenkman's letter in terms of the context, who he is, and where he fit in, right, to the overall picture based on the 2022 decisions that we made to go to districting. Legal?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Mr. Schenkman is probably the foremost attorney who has been advocating is a nice word, threatening is a more accurate word, jurisdictions around the state with potential litigation if they don't move to district elections. He submitted a letter to the city, which was one of the reasons the city considered going to district elections. We have not started on the research here, waiting for your action, but I mean, he claims in his letter that there is no legal ability to move back to non-district elections based on the statute, and we can look into that. He feels that any action to do so would again violate the Voting Rights Act, and he says he believes that the decision in Pico versus City of Santa Monica, which he was the plaintiff's attorney for, would not support a reversion to district elections. So if you take this action, we will look into that. But that's basically his allocation. And he ends the letter by saying, basically, he would consider bringing litigation against the city should it move back to at-large elections. So,
Okay. Yeah. On the third paragraph of his letter to us, and I quote, "If Millbrae could somehow revert to at-large election, that action would be promptly met with legal action under the CVRA." And that's what you were referring to as his, you call it a threat, you can call it his intent to bring legal action against Millbrae, just as he did in 2022.
Right, he didn't bring a lawsuit.
Right, correct. And just remind all of us, take us back to memory lane for about a couple of years, that the whole reason why we do districting to begin with is to avoid a lengthy and costly lawsuit. Is that not correct?
Correct. And he makes reference, I don't know if his numbers are accurate, but I know it was very expensive for the city of Santa Monica to litigate that case.
Okay, sounds good. I just want to make sure all the facts are on the table and everybody is being refreshed of the memory, what brought us to where we are today in this discussion, why we do District 10 to begin with. So, having said that, bring it back to the council. Ms. Schneider, you go first.
Well, aside from Mr. Schenkman's letter, last weekend at the Cal Cities event, I did talk to some Santa Monica people, and they are appealing, so that process is still going on. With respect to Councilwoman Pappen and the people of the public here who said they support the expenditure of city staff time to investigate and make sure that we're in the right place, and it could come out and say no, and Mr. Schenkman is completely correct. I support the expenditure of that. I'm going to bring you back to a few years ago. As a council member who was twice passed over for mayor, it is very painful. It's very hurtful. I'm sorry, Mayor Fung. You've been there too. It hurts a lot, and it's disruptive to the public. And I think that that's one of the reasons why how we've treated each other is why we don't have as many candidates. And I think we're trying much harder to be supportive, with a few mishaps, myself including, making a few mishaps along the way. But I think it's worth the discussion. When we were talking about districts, and I support districts for a couple of reasons. One, because I am a geographer, and I do geography where we are shapes some of the things that we bring to the table. And not living on the east side, and I grew up here, but I'll tell you, as a kid, I never went to the east side till I was in high school. So I never knew what it was like to live on the east side. I never experienced what it might be like trying to cross El Camino Real to get to school. It's a different world. So I like the idea of districts for that. I also like the fact that I am lucky that I'm not working much anymore. I have property that I maintain that gives me a lot of time to knock on doors, but it takes almost 3 months to knock on every door of the eligible voters in Millbrae. That's not every door. And that's really what is a good thing to do to meet the voters. When you're a full-time parent and you're working a job, trying to walk even a full city of Millbrae can be very difficult to do. Districts gives you that opportunity to actually get to meet the voters. So that's another reason that I support district elections. A third reason is, and Mayor, I'm not picking on you, but it's going to sound like that. The mayor spent $100,000 in the 2020 election. It was a COVID year. It was a weird election. You didn't know if you should knock on doors or not. But that's a phenomenal amount, given that a Millbrae election used to be about 20,000, especially for a new person. An incumbent, the rules kind of change. So if we are going to go spend the money to look at an at-large mayor and districts, I would encourage us. And I lived in a city of Mountain View that had donation spending limits and donation limits and spending limits. And typically, because they had a local newspaper that covered their elections, their paper reported out on every dollar spent, and it let people see if you were frankly, you had more money than somebody else. Another way to get your voice across on that. And I think that would be worth studying. I'm looking at Millbrae. I cannot see Millbrae ever passing a spending limit or a donation limit. We are now under a donation limit, the state donation limit of $4,800. And in fact, County Board of Supervisors, you can only accept $1,000. So we actually can accept more money. But I think that that's part of districts, opens up the opportunity for someone with not as much time and not as much money. And if all of us were billionaires up here, the decisions we made might be different than if some of us are living very close to paycheck to paycheck. So that's why I like districts on that. I would support investigating an at-large mayor, and I know the city manager is going to shut me up because it's not on the agenda. The biggest problem I see in my 8+ years in Millbrae is how powerfully weak we are regionally. And I respect, and I have tried to give credit to having Gina on Metropolitan Transit Commission. That was a hard battle, and it took years and years and years. You work your way up regionally to get onto that. You work your way up to being a chair of any committee, which means you can set the agenda. I was chair last year on County BPAC. It takes a long time for that. Our term limits are hurting our ability to compete against the other cities. So if we were to do this analysis by staff, I would like to ask for an addition of an analysis of term limits. There are different ways of doing it. Could be 3-4-year terms We're currently doing 2 terms, sit off 2 years, but really with districts, it's 4 years, and then come back. But you lose all your regional leadership. You may not get back on those critically important committees. I think now is the way to look at us, and you can only look at how SFO or BART or high-speed rail or the county have treated us to show you, I'm sorry to say, how politically weak we are, and we need to be stronger. I'm done.
Okay, let me just clarify one thing. The term limit is a citizen enacted ordinance. I forgot exactly what year it did it, but it requires a full people's vote of the people in order to do so. So it would not be something coming from this council, if I'm correct? Legal?
Clarification on how we do that. It's either signature collection or we as a council can vote to put it to the people.
Legal? Right, it's
not
certainly
on the
not on the
agenda.
calendar,
It's
but
not
I
on your
just,
agenda, but
it's
if
not
you
on
wanna
even on
make
the
a
discussion.
request and go through the same process, we can look at that and we can
right,
let you know
well-
exactly what you would do, but.
We'll have to come back for this discussion if you so choose, but it requires a vote of people, where this is the vote of this council, so it's a very different action.
Well, the mayor can be a vote of the council. The districts, I guess, can also, I mean,
No,
it needs to
What-
be analyzed.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, what I'm saying is the amending the term limit requires the vote of the people, which is not what was on the agenda tonight, anyhow. Anyone else want to get started? Ms. Cahalan?
I have so many thoughts.
Take your time.
First, just for the public's knowledge, people have been involved for varying periods of time. The council just studied and decided this. The work on it was for 7 months between October 2021 and March 2022. We've only had one election in districts. It's just been a little over a year. And so in terms of thinking of how we're using our resources to start over on something that's so new, do we have enough experience and knowledge with this to already, say, let's research it and start over from scratch? That concerns me. Change has growing pains. That if you've started programs, if you've led organizations, you know that when you implement something new, it takes some time to truly experience it and then know if it's really working or not working for your business, your organization, your city, your municipality. So I don't know if we're ready to start from scratch on something we spent 7 months, a little over $265,000 at the time. Thank you, City Manager, for providing that breakdown. Was the cost of redistricting partners in that breakdown that you sent?
Yes, it was. It
Okay.
was $65,000.
For the
They were the demographer.
they were the demographer, okay. So I feel it's a little early to start over and look at this all over again. If we were to look at it over again, I really see these as two very different issues. There's the districts and then there's the mayor. I think we need to give districts more of a chance. There was divisiveness, but I think it was because how the map that was chosen and some of the dynamics that happened in that process. I agree, we are a small city, and we all 100% represent this whole city. We care about everybody in the city. But I think with a district system, and you guarantee that there's representation from all around the city, versus you could have everyone on your council live in one neighborhood. And, to all the points that Councilmember Schneider made, when you actually live in a neighborhood, you know it better. You have that personal experience, you have the close relationships and experience with folks. And I think that's something important. And we can bring, by having that unity of the whole city and a specialization of each district, we can bring even more representation to this city and ensure the whole city's voices are heard. So I don't think we should revisit that. However, the issue of mayor has been something very contentious, and I think we need to look at that overall. And I think many of us have said that since, at least since my time on council and beforehand, and I think we need to look at that as a whole picture. Do we update the rotation protocol because the way the protocol works now doesn't work with districts? For example, there's less registered voters in District 2 than any other district. So, right now it's based on the number of votes that decides who would be mayor next. So we can't use that when we don't have equal numbers of voters in each district. So do we look at a new protocol? Do we look at a new format and codify it? Do we switch to 4 districts and an elected mayor? And really looking at all of those possibilities in that whole picture. I think that is something that we do need to address. Let me just double check and see if there's other things. I think some benefits of a rotating mayor is it ensures that every district gets an opportunity to have their representative be in the mayoral role. And then I had a few questions. We did just set the districts and make these decisions 2 years ago. Are there any rules or laws around, I know usually every 10 years with the census, you're changing districts. Are there any laws or regulations around doing that before the census periods? Do we have any restrictions in that? Or can the council change them at any time? Look into that.
I think you could go to a mayor in 4 districts in terms of redoing the districts. First of all, it costs a lot of money, but we can check and see if there's any legal limitations on doing that.
Okay.
I don't know offhand.
Yeah, and then looking at the questions of, if we move to an elected mayor, does that change the mayor role? What is the specific job responsibilities of the mayor, and how do we look at that in any of these scenarios? So I would like to look into the mayor issues, but not put the time and resources into looking at redistricting or eliminating, or maybe redistricting if we were to look at the at-large mayor, but not eliminating districts and going down that road that we haven't had enough time to experience yet, and that could open us up to lengthy lawsuits, as we've seen other cities going through, and that are still not resolved, and that we may not have enough court precedent yet to really look to.
Okay, all right. I see Mr. Vice Mayor hands up. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'm hearing a lot of different things to consider as we discuss this item tonight. There's definitely some self-inflicted wounds that we are responsible for as a council. I do believe that if our demographer made a mistake in not identifying or making sure that it was important for us to consider the disenfranchisement of a certain community, as Councilwoman Pappen stated earlier, that's a problem, because we can't do that. That's not the purpose of this act. And I'm strongly against that. And if that is in fact what happened, yes, I think, we can consider that. But at the same time, if it was us as a council considering our own political futures and approving maps or recommending maps, then that's something we have to consider also and be very transparent about. But this, we should have no place in what we're doing or decisions that we're making, and hiding behind this act if we're disenfranchising any group. And so I think that if that is in fact something that we want to review, I definitely support reviewing that and addressing that as a council. I think it's extremely important. I do know how the process works. I think there's only one council member, I believe, that's served as much as I have in elected office. And I take this very seriously. Even so to the point where we put things aside. It was my recommendation that went away from the rotation because of an error that I saw and how we as a council acted to make sure that our current mayor is in fact our current mayor. And it is that type of leadership I think that we're all capable of. I do believe that regardless of districts, I think every single council member does represent the entire city. Just because we're elected by a smaller group of residents does not mean that individuals that you see before you would not pick the phone up for someone outside of their district and answer the call. As we talk about the mayor, I heard concerns around consistency and representation, and I think that's extremely important as well. But what I will say again, I'm going to continue to harp on it, that the role and the work that a mayor does is no different than any other council member. They run the meetings. And they will show up as with the title of mayor. And so we have to understand that to be an effective individual in that position, you still have to work with 4 colleagues to be an effective leader of this city, to move us all forward. Additionally, when you look at other cities, that position of mayor spends a lot of time campaigning because it's a 2-year cycle. If that's the case, we have to consider all those things. So it's just a matter of making sure what we're hearing tonight, if it's important to us, we do it, but we do it in a transparent, responsible manner. I do believe if there was disenfranchisement, we have an obligation as elected leaders to explore that. I also believe that if this city wants to, as residents want to have a mayor at large, we do so with our eyes wide open and truly understand all the pros and all the cons as we make these decisions. But as we speak tonight, I do hear some concerns, but I also see some tremendous opportunities for us to make right what has happened in the past, if those are in fact things that have happened. But we have to be able to put our personal agendas to the side.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ms. Pappen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have heard some consensus here, that we've heard from the voters here, that the idea of electing a mayor at large is something the public wants and the public should be able to determine here. I've also heard some inconsistencies here. Mr. Shankman, first off, has a cottage industry of making money off of jurisdictions. What the California Supreme Court said is that he, being a plaintiff, would have to show that whatever system was in place, in our case, it's going from districts, that district election impaired the ability of a protected minority to elect candidates of their choice. Now, in our case, again, every city we are not Santa Monica. This is Millbrae, 3.2 square miles. It's a very small city here. We went to district elections. It gave the voters less of an opportunity. It definitely shrunk the voting pool because you have to find candidates from each district here. In the past, candidates were from all over the city, and they still can be from all over the city here. But the public has really expressed an interest in they want to vote for everyone as they did before. Now, districts disenfranchised one of our minority groups here, which was the Asian population. There's probably no doubt about that, but we need to explore. Nobody wants any lawsuits. We don't want any of that. but we do want the people to be fully represented. And that is not to say that the people up here are not representing everybody. But we need to give the voters the best opportunity. Mr. Teresi pointed out, look, the last election here, we haven't had an unopposed election in over a decade. We need to give the voters a greater choice, and that's what would happen here if we get a legal opinion which says that at-large elections should happen here. Now, if they evaluate here, and if we even decide, hey, let's just give the voters the right to select a mayor, then we would have to tweak the existing districts, which we can do. We have, our demographer has the kind of the demographic information here. But I think it is really worth the investment to unite our city again. Give everybody the right that they have had before. And we as candidates here, or elected people, should not be afraid of the city as a whole here. We represent everyone. We do our best to do that here. So the voters should then really be a part of the process. And this expenditure and this analysis, I think, makes us stronger overall. I don't know what the results are going to be here. I do know what the Supreme Court said here. And I do know what has happened in Millbrae as a result of the districts. Everybody here will admit they were divisive. And we need to get back to uniting the people here. So I think just doing this study, making this expenditure, we'll be stronger. We'll know what our opportunities are. And I think that is important here, to get the information we need to make an educated opinion and be completely transparent. The voters will know this is where we stand. This is the opportunities that we have. And we want to ensure that every protected class here is not disadvantaged, that the Voters' Rights Act is maintained. And I think that we have that opportunity here. So again, Mr. Shankman has a very, invested interest in threatening. And that's how he makes his money. He threatened us to begin with when there was no clearly established violation of the Voters' Rights Act. The Supreme Court has said that he now, if he wants to take on any city, he has to show that whatever system we have in place impaired the ability of a protected minority. And I don't think he can at this point. I'm not the expert, but I think we should seek an expert legal opinion, get the information we need to have an educated decision made here. So once again, I think we've heard some consensus on the mayor issue. I think we should vote to explore this further and move ahead so that we can fully represent all the people of Millbrae, to give them the best ability to elect all of us and move forward here. And I will point, sorry, one more thing. I'm sorry. I will point out, as Councilmember Schneider pointed out here, we are at a disadvantage as a city here without consistent leadership. And look, everybody has the right to, as they say, term limits, because they can vote any one of us out of office or not reelect us. And we've seen that now. What we want to do is bring people together. And I think this is the best and the strongest way to do that. So I hope that we can join in that effort and get the information we need. Thank you.
I see the hand raised from Mr. Vice Mayor, but I'd like to make some comment and then we'll get to you in a minute. First time I get to speak about this issue, and as I just, public, would just bear with me for a minute. So, I reviewed everything, and I obviously listened to all the public comments, and I want to thank every speaker. And given the Shankman's comment and the highly possible legal challenge, given what he said he will do, and he has done it in the past, and he keep doing it every day, because, as she said, this is what he does for a living. I don't think we can take that threat lightly, right? And where the court case has progressed regarding CVRA through the Superior Court, I don't think we currently have a solid ground to change our election back to all 5 seats to be at large here. And it would not be responsible for us if we were to expose our city to possibly a lengthy and costly lawsuit. I think what Santa Monica spent millions on it and years into this lawsuit, and it's so distracting to the city, very divisive, certainly, and ultimately very costly. So I would not be supportive of changing our election back entirely to at large at all 5 seats, simply because I don't think we're there yet. Given the amount of work that our city is doing and how constrained in terms of resources have been, again, many cities are having deficits these days, but because of the good work that we've been doing at a city manager and all the staff level, and keeping us fiscally strong and doing more with less and being very lean and very efficient, we have a balanced budget. But by no happenstance that this happened. It's because of the hard work that we've been doing. So, if we were to appropriate any funding to do anything at all, I want this to be very narrowly focused and very cost-effective and efficient. Okay? Based on the public comment, I do recognize that the communities in general is supportive of having some sort of a large mayor. However, I want to make sure that we shape, like I said a moment ago, shape our research, if any, to a very narrowly focused approach. Also, as the vice mayor pointed out a moment ago, the 2-year term on the mayor in some of the other city ends up having the mayor spending more time campaigning than they are working for the people, which is not ideal here. So if there is a consensus that I would be amenable to having a research done on perhaps 4th district with an at-large mayor where all members of the city council remain in their 4-year elected term. So if the majority of the council would agree to this approach, I think we can look into that. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just want to go back to the comment that was made a little earlier regarding the district elections. We don't govern based on threats. We govern based on analysis of our staff. We govern based on consensus of our group, of our colleagues as a team. So I'm not worried about the threat. I do understand that there's a tremendous amount of potential. There's potential risk financially. But I think the concern is to, again, put aside the threat, put aside the rhetoric, and focus on what was stated. If the demographer did not give us the ample information, then we need to figure that out. If it was the council, then we need to figure that out. If we were presented with a map that did not disenfranchise that group that's protected, then acknowledge it and then try to fix it. We also have to understand, are we talking a protected group defined by the state for the state, or are we talking a protected group within our city? And so if that population is now a majority, is that something to be considered? And so just understanding certain things is what should drive what and how we do what we do. Let's put the rhetoric aside. Let's put the threat aside. We have our staff that will be handling that with council. And let's just focus on making right what is clearly identified here as something that potentially is harming a group of our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I just want to clarify one thing. We're not operating based on threat as much as we're operating based on expectation.
Exactly. No, I agree. I agree 100%.
Right. So knowing that, based on the letter that we already received and based on the past history of our engagement with Mr. Shankman, I think if we were to go back to all at large, the chances of him taking legal action and suing us is very, very high because he has done it in the past and he has been doing this for many, many years and because this is what he does professionally. So he will do that against us and it will drag us into a lengthy and costly lawsuit, which what I'm trying to say is I want to avoid that. I want to make sure that we're responsible and that that we don't fall into the trap of being dragged out in a costly and time-consuming litigation. Who's first? Ms. Cahalan, go first, and then Ms. Schneider after.
I agree that if we are going to put resource towards this, we should be narrow and very
Focused.
clear and very specific in
Yes.
what we would like to research. I think when we look at the issue of has there been disenfranchisement with this new map, the very first step is doing that research to find out if there has been or not, and then that guides us in where we need to go next. And then with the mayor, I know I just said limiting, but I think with the mayor role, I think we should look at all of the variables. So what if we kept a rotation? What are different rotation models with districts? What are the implications if we did the rotation model as a protocol versus an ordinance? And then also looking at a mayor at large with 4 districts. And looking at all of those examples, the pros and cons, implications of each of them, and examples of how those are working in areas around us.
Ms. Schneider?
I'm trying to keep in light that at the very end of my last term as mayor was how to help staff by making sure that we actually give a very clear set of directions in the motion. Mayor, I heard you say you'd like to look at 4 districts, mayor as a 4-year mayor. You're still only a few years in. I will tell you your time as mayor, you give a lot more of your life up as mayor. So what I think I could support, if I'm trying to put this and I'm not quite ready to wordsmith it. The motion would be to approve the allocation of staff time and resources to investigate where we currently stand under CVRA, but to look at a 4-district mayor for 2 or 4 years, and in addition, what Angie said. I think it's fair to everybody, past and present, if we say, okay, let me just leave it like there. The problem with that is last year in goal setting, I tried to get to look at the protocols for mayor rotation because clearly with districts and the number of votes setting who becomes mayor, it doesn't work under districts on that, especially with different voter registration in every district. So, but we didn't support that. I was the only one that pushed for that last year. I'm trying to incorporate all of this, but I would also like to throw in, so the 3 things that Councilwoman Pappen wanted, the investigate where CVR is currently to see what our limits are. That I think includes what the vice mayor's concern is. Was there disenfranchisement? Councilwoman Pappen mentioned Asian. To me, the reason we went through CVRA is our 14.5% Latinx population. So we've got that population to consider. Then looking at an at-large mayor, 2-year or 4-year. And then I would like to throw in the fact, because it's taken me so many years, and it took me, honestly, it took me the last 1.5 years to see how fragile our budget is and how we have to play smarter regionally to get the resources we need so we don't have the highest water rates in the area on that. Is that getting us close to where we are? The mayor wanted 4 years. I'm open to looking at 2 and 4 years.
So let me try. Ms. Pappen, go ahead.
Okay. I think, yes, we need to be strategic here. Absolutely here. I think we have some consensus here in coordination with the voters here, is that we look at a mayor at large, and we look at 4 districts. Seems to be where the consensus is at this point in time. And if we are trying to structure city resources and our city inquiry I think that's the best way to go about it here. Now, if we're going to bring in, part of that analysis is the demographer. And we can ask in that process that we are concerned that one minority group was disenfranchised here. So if we're looking at the 4 districts, we'd like to make that a priority. I think that's where we all have consensus moving forward. I will say that if we're going to pursue this, that would be the limited way to go here. Now, the reason people do a 2-year mayor is that every cycle, the people decide who the mayor is.
Every election.
So you are running more frequently, but then you are more accountable. And you are then running in every cycle. So when you have the 2 districts, we're electing a council member, you are also electing the mayor. So that accountability it keeps whoever the people decide the mayor is going to be, keeps them much more accountable. Instead of a 4-year term for a mayor, that really, kind of affects the cycle. And so I would suggest that we proceed, we make the investment, looking at a mayor at large on a 2-year cycle, because that seems to be how you keep people more accountable, and 4 districts moving forward. That, I hope, would address the issues that were brought up here. In other words, we get more candidates. The districts will be bigger, so hopefully you get a greater candidate pool for people running in each district. And then 2, the voters decide who the mayor is, and that would give some consistency to the city of Millbrae. So that would be my proposal.
Can I ask?
I'm
sorry, Mayor.
Okay, let me, and then we'll get back to you, promise. So, in terms of the research on CVRA, if we do 4 district, there's no need to research the CVRA and how compliant it would be, because we've done this research before in 2022 when we adopted the 5 district versus the 4 district. That question has come up before.
But to be
Right?
clear,
Yeah?
to be clear, that was not considering what the Supreme Court said here. In other words, Mr. Shankman, if anybody challenged us in anything, instead of us just buckling, which we did in order to avoid a lawsuit, the future, if anyone decided to take us on, the demographer is very careful in that we not violate the California Voters' Rights Act. But the door is slightly, it's not open all the way for any further litigation, because they have to show more than they ever did before.
I guess what I was trying to say a moment ago was that we don't need to research how compliant the 4th district with an at-large mayor is, that format, to the CVRA. We knew that. Well,
I think you're
yes,
saying
but we
two-
knew that
you're
as
saying two-
compliant.
Mayor, if you guys are saying 2 different things, as I interpret it. One is, you are correct. We've already been told by legal counsel that you can have 4 districts and a large mayor.
Right.
As I think was noted this evening, the council made that conscious decision last year not to do, or a year and a half ago, not to do that. So you can do that. We already know that that's legal under CVRA. What the demographer would do, if the council directs that, the demographer then would come up with the maps. And if I remember correctly, by law, there's 3 different maps that by minimum have to be reviewed. It has to have a series of public hearings. I think there's 5 public hearings, and there's a whole process.
And then the public submit their maps.
And I don't know, and I'm not going to put words in Councilmember Pappin's mouth. What she's asking is research on the Supreme Court decision and how that impacts Millbrae at all, if it impacts us or not impacts us, based on.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think we have consensus on that. So I'm trying to narrow it as requested.
The demographers are relevant in terms of this direction. Yeah,
I guess.
Mr. Mayor, if we wouldn't need to study what was requested tonight and bring something back. If the council would like to go this direction, then the council has the ability to direct and move in this direction.
Correct. And the CVRA case law, or the progress of that lawsuit with regard to CVRA, does not affect, it's not affecting us as much if we were to go to 4th district and then at large.
It
Is that
wouldn't
correct?
affect us at all.
It wouldn't affect us at all.
Correct.
Therefore, it doesn't require us to research into the progress of the current case.
It would not bring about that. What we would be doing is just having less districts and a mayor at large.
Right, because what I was trying to get to was, like I said a moment ago, I want to make sure that we minimize the amount of work for the staff and minimize the amount of work on legal so that we're focused and narrowly focused so that we incur the least amount of disruptions and least amount of cost possible. Now,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to help with, so the only caveat I would say, as I'm thinking about this, I think Councilmember Cahalan brought it up, is, and I don't think we know the answer, given that we had the demographer and that the council selected 5 districts, is there any prohibition or any time limit that says, hey, within a certain time period, the city council cannot reconsider? I don't know the answer to that, so that would be the one thing that we would have.
that would be the first question to ask.
Yeah, we would have to analyze and bring back. Can you even
Can you even
go
do
a
it?
different direction within this time period? And we would have to research it, but that would be correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, that would be a relatively
simple. We should check that.
but that we could probably bring back
Okay.
sooner rather than later.
We certainly need to have an answer to that question before
Yeah, and
any of
perhaps
this
that needs to be
proceed.
answered before any other direction, because I actually don't know, and it's a very good question.
Right. Now, but to the point Councilmember Schneider made a moment ago about costs of running a campaign, because she made that comment a moment ago, and I did not take it personally, that's okay, because it's not just me who spent that money. The idea of doing a 2-year term would play right into that disadvantage, meaning you'd be constantly campaigning on an ongoing basis, and as the vice mayor also said, you spend more time campaigning than you spend the time working for the people. And I have personally spoken to some of the mayors who are at large elected, and they wish they had not done that. They wish they had done the 4-year term instead of the 2, because it's very distracting. And then it is taking away a lot of their time to really work for the people, because you do spend more time, like you said a moment ago, reviewing the agenda, working with the city manager, and making sure the agenda and all the decisions are made appropriately. You do take on a bigger role in terms of
So,
workload.
We can look into that.
Okay, all right. So to that end, I just want to bring about, right. I would not be supportive of a 2-year term for a mayor. I would be supportive of looking into a 4-year term for all council members within the city council, but I would not be supportive of a 2-year. Ms. Cahalan, and then we'll go to Ms. Schneider after.
Yeah, I think as we're deciding what we want the staff to research to bring back to us, I think we want to leave it a little open so that we're not saying tonight, just research, a 2-year term and a 4-year term, or, a term limit of 2 terms. Like, let's look at, if we were to have an at-large mayor, what are the term options? What are the term limit options? What are the pros and cons, right? Instead of just deciding here, we're only gonna look at 2 options. Because I think if we really want to study what is the best next step for us, whether it's an at-large mayor, whether it's an ordinance for a rotation, we should look at all of those options so that we have a choice and the community has a choice and understands all the possibilities we have available to us so that we can truly pick the best option instead of saying we only want to research mayor at large and then decide a yes or no. I think we're really limiting ourselves by not looking at the whole picture. So, did that make sense, or do I need to put that in a more clear direction?
Ms. Schneider?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just
All right,
because
okay.
there are some things that we don't need to research, I think we already know the answer to. I think it is at the discretion of the city council on a 2-year or 4-year. That's totally, we can give you our opinion don't know if you want it, but because I think you all have experience and can make that decision, and it's at your pleasure to make that decision. And I think, as we stated, the only question I have to come back is the frequency of when the council can change if you go to an at-large and M4 districts. You know, I don't, it's either going to be you can do it, or you have to wait for the next census. And we can quickly get that answer.
Okay, all right, we have Councilmember Schneider, and then we have the Vice Mayor hands up.
So what I just heard Councilwoman Cahalan say, I like what she said. We're looking at going to 4 districts at large, Mayor. I would still support Councilwoman Pappen going in and doing the Supreme Court analysis. Let's get it done, although I think it's going to keep evolving. But the analysis of the pros and cons of a 2-year versus a 4-year, if you're running a campaign every 2 years, you're raising a lot of money versus 4-year, you raise it once, and maybe you've decided after 4 years that's it. But the analysis that Councilwoman Cahalan suggested might identify some of those things. So it's all what's going to go in the staff report. Yes, we have the discretion to say 2 years or 4 years, but let's dive into, if I'm hearing correctly, what are the pros and cons for 2 years? Yeah, if somebody's doing a bad job or they want out, they're out in 2 years versus 4 years, which is a big commitment on that. So I like looking at the 2 and the 4 year. Merit may still get you what you want on that. And it'll also give us chance for staff to go out and talk to Belmont and talk to San Bruno and any of the other cities considering. And I'm going to tell you one reason why I was the swing vote on whether we would have gone at an at-large mayor then. And it's the one thing that I think the mayor has the most power in is in council assignments. My first year on council, I had not one committee that met in Millbrae. So, and then my second year, the one thing that I had been given, which was a bag, was taken away. So to me, I looked at the power of the mayor saying, well, the one thing we should do, the mayor should be as equitable as possible in committee assignments across all council members. And then we should probably have a discussion that, because this came up on January 9th, it takes a long time on some of these committees to gain the technical knowledge. It's not an insult to any other council member. It's a reality of the time it takes to get the experience on that. And that's the power of the mayor. The other thing that the mayor does is at a lot of events. And that's the time-consuming part.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. For me, it's very interesting, and it's probably could be used as a case study or something for students. But nevertheless, I think it's very peculiar that the argument of disenfranchisement and we have to go back to at-large elections because it's what the residents want. That argument is, for all intents and purposes, gone now. And if that was the case, it wouldn't be, if it was really authentic and genuine. That's neither here nor there. But what I do want to say is, if we really want to get to the root of what the motivations are behind this, I think there's a couple of things that we should consider, and it should be non-negotiable. If we are going to consider motivations, we should consider the two-year term limit, or the 2-year limit, because it goes in line with the 2 years on or 2 years off for term limit individuals. That if that is effective, that if you're a current council member that is being termed out, that you would not be eligible until 2026. And then also put some protections for continuity for current council members that were in line to potentially be mayor in their first term when they were elected. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, have there be an effective date of 2026. Those seem like very fair and reasonable accommodations, not just to benefit the public, but also the electorate and the current council members for continuity. But we can also get beyond the rhetoric, as I mentioned earlier. And so I think we have to be able to, as all council members, as all stewards in these positions, it could be very challenging to see yourself outside of these positions. But it's not about the positions we carry that give us our power. It's what we do when no one's looking. It's the courage. And I think what we have to understand is that our residents do have an expectation, but that expectation has to be something that we take very seriously ourselves when it comes to how we serve. And then when we're talking about fairness of our colleagues and fairness in how we do our job. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Pappen.
Yeah, I think we're getting away from, the idea is to give the voters their decision, give the voters the decision to select the mayor. And then I think we have consensus on that fact. The voters will decide. I think when Councilmember Schneider and I were part of the process, when we both were not sure that, hey, should we have a mayor at large or go for 5 districts? I think at this point in time, I think we have some consensus, and I would like to propose that we instruct staff to look at a mayor at large and 4 districts, proceed along those lines. The term of the mayor, I think, is not yet decided. So I would like to propose and make a motion that we instruct staff along those lines right now. If I could get a second and proceed on that.
I think, again, I'd like to reiterate looking at both at-large and rotation so that we compare when we make a decision. I think it's too soon to make a decision to just look at one direction. I mean, just another example to put out there, when you come on board, there is a lot to learn. So you can have cases of a former council member that runs for mayor and has a lot of experience, or you could have someone who's never been on council run for mayor and now be your mayor. With the rotation, you're usually the vice mayor in your 3rd year and then the mayor in your 4th year. So you have a lot of experience. So by the time you get to the mayor, another thing the mayor does is there's several seats on committees that only mayors sit on. Those mayors vote for each other on county seats. So if you've never been on council, you get voted in as mayor, then you're going brand new into those and voting and don't have those relationships to get votes on those seats, which is specifically why we're advocating for longer term limits. So I definitely want us to look at an at-large mayor, but I don't want us to look at it alone. I want us to look at the whole picture.
If I could clarify here. So I think I understand what you're saying there. And, when it comes to mayors on county positions and electing it, some cities establish a procedure where the entire council advises the mayor on how they would like that person to vote. So that issue can be addressed here. But I think it's counterproductive to say, okay, we're going to give the voters the right to select the mayor, but then we're also going to, keep the rotation thing. I think if it comes back in such a way that we don't approve of it, then we'll look at the rotation thing again here. But it's disregarding what the voters have asked for here, is that they would like the opportunity to elect the mayor. And so, look at 4 districts, which I'm proposing, and look at a mayor at large, whether it's 2 years or 4 years. If the voters are deciding, that's what I think will empower them and really try to unite the city along those lines. So I think it's just confusing to say, well, we're going to look at it, but we want to go back to a rotation thing. So I would not propose
It's not
that.
an and. It's a provide a staff report that shows this is what an at-large mayor would look like. This is what a rotation would look like. And then it comes back to council in the staff report that has all of that information on both. The community has time to read that staff report when the agenda is put out. They can come to public comment and have a better understanding of both scenarios and have all of their full input on that versus putting one out there, voting yes or no, not understanding the other, and then just coming back to that if one isn't if that one isn't selected. I think we put all the information out there to the public to make a decision versus just picking one option for them to look at.
So I
Councilmember Schneider.
think Councilwoman Pappen had a motion on the floor with some comment. It doesn't sound like the comment was accepted. I'm trying to read Councilwoman Pappen's face. I will second your motion, Councilwoman Pappen.
Okay, so I will say, I think I've been clear from the beginning of my comment. I want to make sure that this is the year where we're actually getting things done, rather than talking about how to structure the council or get all these things opened back up. That's why if we were to do any research at all, which takes staff time, takes legal time, and it takes money to do all of this, and it will defocus the work that we do. So if we go into that at all, I want us to be laser focused as to what we're going to be researching and what we're going to be looking into. So I said a moment ago, I want it to be, I got your hand. I want it to be laser focused. I heard the community loud and clear, one speaker after another, that they like to see, an at-large mayor somehow. And, give it the consideration, and then also the folks that I've talked to, and hearing the argument, both from Mr. Vice Mayor, and also from you, Councilmember Schneider, the very thing that you want to get away from, right? The overcosting of campaigning, or the constant campaigning. And I've also spoken to some of the other mayor at large who were elected, and they said the 2 year was actually a mistake. They should have gone 4 years. So my proposal, I'll get to that. My proposal and my motion would be to investigate a 4 year, a 4 year term for every single council members on the council, where will be elected 4 districts and a mayor at large. And that's the proposal that I would support.
So
Go ahead.
just a point, because we've got a motion and a second on the floor, your friendly amendment would be to add in 4 year terms, 4 year terms. But I think Gina's initial said, look at the 2 and the 4.
I understand that.
So you're getting it, you're just not getting it exactly the way your new motion, because we've got a motion on the floor.
Well, I understand we have a motion on the floor, and I'm laying out what my proposal is. If there is a consensus, we can
I
move
would
forward.
accept that if we can move forward.
So you would accept that motion?
Yeah.
Okay. so
Or
let's-
friendly amendment.
All right, so 4 year term, we'll get to that, Vice Mayor. 4 year term, a 4 year term for every member of the council,
I'll
4th district, and an at-large mayor.
Yes.
And I'll accept it
You
as a
accept it.
second.
Okay.
I have a
I just want to
comment.
make a comment, though.
One person at a time. Ms. Schneider, are you done?
So for the public, if we remember back to those days, it wasn't just based on race. The intent of the districts was supposed to keep communities concerned together. As a representative of District 3, not one community of concern was kept together in District 3. So as we're looking at District 4, I hope, if we're going to go back to the demographer, we try to look at the communities of concern. It could be shared traffic patterns. For example, as we learned with the school board, Palm, Poplar, Ashton, Lower Highland neighborhoods, we are hammered by school traffic, just hammered. And they hit our cars, they hit our people, they hit kids. So that's a community of concern, an issue of concern. So when they go back to look at that, and we're going to go to 4 districts, or should we go to 4 districts, look at District 3, which is most likely the one that's going to get carved up, and try to attach some communities, some neighborhoods together. Otherwise, there's a little piece of hemlock, 2 blocks of hemlock that sits all by itself.
Mayor?
Let's try to put them back together.
I have some questions. So I'm a little confused on what the direction is. Because what I'm hearing is some council members saying, hire the demographer and go prepare 4 districts. And then come back and say, a 2-year mayor or a 4-year mayor.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing 2 to 4.
That's what I want to make sure
Right.
of what the expectation is.
So every elected
I
office
understand
is
the
4 years.
I understand 4 years.
Yes.
Right.
But is the expectation of the council that we're going to hire a demographer and come back and say, okay, here are 3 maps with 4 new districts?
Instead of 5.
Maybe we come back with a work plan.
One person at a time. One person at a time.
Because I want to make sure, because there's 5 different opinions. Mike?
Well, I think the agenda item is to direct staff to explore. I don't
Correct,
think it means
research it.
put the whole plan in place and pedal to the metal, although maybe that's a direction. I think you want to get back to them with what's going to be involved, how long it's going to take, all that. That's what you're asking, is to research it and report to the council what's involved. And the 2 things are 4 council members, 1 mayor, mayor at large, and then a 4-year term for that mayor. Right?
4-year term for everyone.
Council members already have 4-year terms.
Right, so everyone on the council, every members of the council
That's
will
not a
be
change.
4-year term.
That's-
Correct.
We're not going to
And
change
Mayor,
that.
if I may, and that's right, so we can reach out to the demographer.
Right.
Legal counsel and say, okay, here's the work program, here's the cost. Correct. Then the council can decide, okay, given that cost, given that estimate in the work program.
Do we move
yes, we
forward?
approve it and move forward.
That's correct.
Just want to make sure that we bring back
Correct. Let me,
proper
hold on.
work product.
Point of order here. Ms. Schneider, I'll let you finish, and then we're going to get to the vice mayor, and then we'll come back to Ms. Cahalan.
So let me clarify. Sorry, I added that confusion. My apologies. Yes, exactly what our city attorney explained in that, but it isn't just race, it's communities of shared interest. Period.
It's what the law,
Period.
it's what
in
the law
law.
says under CBRA, and that's what.
That's what
correct.
did not happen to District 3 entirely last time.
If I may.
Getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I think we are getting ahead of ourselves, and I do believe, because we had legal counsel work on it, that the action taken by the council to create the 5 districts was legal under CVR. Mr. Shankman believes it was legal, or otherwise he would sue us. So I think, this for the public could be opinion, but technically from a legal review,
here's what I
they
suggest.
all 5 districts are legal.
Here's what I suggest. If there's a concern about disenfranchisement, that's something that the demographer could be asked to check on. But
Absolutely.
we'll put that in the work plan. That could be
Community
an
of
option in the
concern.
work plan.
Correct.
We'll bring it back.
That's
We don't
right.
need to decide all these issues now. We're not instructing the demographer on what work to do right at this moment. You can do that when we come back. You just want to know. I think you want staff to come back with a work plan. We're going to make sure the 4+1 is still viable. And then staff's going to give you a work plan, potentially a cost and a timeline. I think that's an appropriate thing to
Good.
return.
Now, one last comment, and I got to get to the vice mayor.
Okay,
And
it's
then-
not a
and then Ms. Cahalan
question of
after.
legality on the maps that were chosen. It's a question of common sense. 1 block of Hemlock being put into District 3 with the other parts of Hemlock divided into 2 other districts didn't make sense. I'm done.
Okay, thank
But
you.
I don't want to be said that, oh, you're doing it, you're complaining about. Well, I am. I did not vote for the district map the last time because as a geographer, it was wrong.
Got it. Duly noted. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, and to that point, I think as a representative voice of the community, I think it's extremely important for us to understand how we got here and understanding self-preservation and what typically happens. I don't want to speak intentionally about what happened in our process, but typically what happens is individual elected officials or they look at maps, they either gerrymander or they're thinking, they tend to think of self-preservation. How can I stay elected? And I think we have to make sure if we're going through this process, if I'm going to vote in favor of exploring this, it should have a component to ensure some protections for our residents, that we are above reproach, that we are not self-dealing, that we are not starting a process that would ultimately benefit us. So I would hope that there is a component of this process that is being explored, that when it's brought back, it will have a component that will project to our residents, that it protects against self-dealing and the self-preservation mentality that is prevalent in politics.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Call for the question.
Hold on, one second.
I'm
Hold on.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, according to the rules, Robert's rules, once the question is called, a vote must be taken.
That's not actually true. Actually,
You
Council,
trigger
if
a
you could
vote-
speak to that.
You trigger a vote of the council whether or not to call the question. It's not immediate. You don't have control. It's, if you want to call the question, then there's a vote of the council as to whether or not
To call the question.
should
Oh,
be
my
called.
apologies.
Okay, I want to make sure I balance the opportunity for every council member to have their voices heard because they do represent either their district or at large. So, Ms. Cahalan.
Yeah, so, in council reread what the direction is here and what the agenda item is here, and it says that it is to explore. I feel like we're already deciding. We're saying we only want to explore a 4-year elected mayor, 4 district, like, we're already deciding. That's not exploring. So I think we should set some guidelines. We want to look at large. What are the options of term length? What are the options of term limits? What are the rules around a council member running for mayor once they've termed out? When would it be implemented? And then also, again, against rotation, so that we're truly exploring. And then when we select a direction, we've looked at the options and we're truly selecting the right direction for Millbrae. Not just saying, we're going to pick one thing now, and that's the only thing we're going to explore. I don't think that's fair to our constituents, and that's taking away their choice as well.
Okay, all right. Any further comment? Questions? I think we've taken enough public comment here, so I think we're good. Do you want to repeat your motion, just so we're clear? A lot has been said.
We are instructing staff to explore the 4 districts and a mayor at large with, as was described, a 4-year term for each seat.
For 4-year term for every member of the city council.
Every member of the city council, including the mayor.
All right.
That is the motion, and
That's
I
the
believe
motion.
Ms. Schneider
You
seconded.
continue to second that motion? I need a yes.
I prefer the 2-4, but let's go for 4, it can change.
Well,
The analysis may show.
Okay.
well, that's the motion here. So is it a yes or is it a no?
She seconded, yeah.
She seconded. Okay. Call for the question, please.
Councilmember Snyder.
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Can I vote with a comment? I will say, in hopes that this is the beginning of the discussion, and if we need to look at more options, we can when we begin the exploration.
Sorry, Councilmember Cahalan, what is your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Goodman?
It's muted.
No.
Okay. Mayor Fung?
Not my favorite, but aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Mayor, just for clarification, a comment by the Councilman Cahalan, with her comments, that's not part of the motion, so I just want to make sure that expectations. Right.
Just a vote.
Yeah, correct.
Sorry, I know we just voted, but I voted with hesitation. Mayor Fung just said he voted with hesitation. I don't feel good about this vote. I put that to the council. I don't know what the protocol is from that by legal, but
There is a process. Yes.
I mean, if we're that hesitant and saying it in our votes, I think we need to revisit that. It doesn't feel right if we're that doubtful.
I think the issues are open for discussion when the plan comes back. It's not as though forevermore you're foreclosed on discussing any of the other options. I think the request here is for staff to go and study those 2 options. When they come back with that, I don't think there's any limitation on what can be discussed or whatever. It's just a question of what is staff being tasked to research and return to council with.
That's right. It is not a fait accompli. It's, we're going to do the research as directed in the motion, bring it back to this council for further discussion and action or guidance. Right.
And through the chair, so if following that logic, then at a later date, the suggestions that were made that were ignored to be a part of this motion would then have to be explored at a later time as to whether they're feasible or not.
Which would be additional staff time and additional resources.
I would just
Again-
say, if the council so chooses, if the majority of the council so chooses, that's the only.
It could also be
But-
discussed as part of the council considering moving to I mean, it's all that's open. It's just a question right now of having staff spend time to go research these particular issues. Doesn't mean that it has any limitation on the actions that the council could take in the future. Doesn't
Correct.
foreclose
That's right.
that.
Can we move to the next item then?
May I read the vote? If you
It's,
guys-
it's,
Yeah, 4-1.
all right, all right, hold on. Let's just move on.
Okay.
The vote is completed. Let's just move on.
I didn't read it.
Item 15, select a date to call for a special election authorizing service agreement with the County of San Mateo for election services and appropriate funding for costs associated with the special election. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to hand this item over to our city clerk for a staff presentation.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. In accordance with the election code, next slide, please, the city clerk, who is the city's elections official, presented the.
It's you.
Is the vice mayor still in the meeting or did he log off? I want to make sure.
He is online. But he turned the video.
Okay, I just want to make sure for the record that he's still in attendance.
Yes.
Yep, by law, he needs to have the video on.
Vice Mayor Goodman, we do need you to have the video on.
We have. City Manager, can we take 3 minutes? I'll let you give him a call.
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Just give him a call. I believe he's still online. I just want to make sure that he didn't have any technical difficulties. 3 minutes. I know that, Gina, just please.
There you are. Okay. MCTV, are you ready?
MCTV, are you ready to go?
Apologies, I had a bio break.
MCTV, are you ready?
Good.
Thank you. I just want to be sure. Okay, thank you. We're back from our break. Right now, we call this meeting back to order at 10:42. Item number 15. City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce our city clerk for his staff presentation.
Good evening, council. My name is Eileen Tran. I'm the city clerk. And in accordance with the election code, the city clerk, which is the city's elections official, present the certified results to city council at its regular meeting on March 12th with the certified results, as I mentioned. And within 14 days of receiving the certificates of sufficiency, the city council must issue an order for the election, under election code to call for the election, excuse me. My brain is running a million, okay. So the election must be held not less than 88 days nor more than 125 days after the issuance of the order. So in this case, that time period is between June 22nd to July 29th. If the city council does not act within 14 days as specified, which is tonight, the election code does stipulate that the county elections official must within 5 days set a date for the election. Next. So as you can see here, there are 5 dates that the council can select from for the special election. There is June 25th, July 2nd, July 9th, July 16th, and July 23rd. There's a little star next to the dates that we do have city council meeting on. Next slide, please. And with this report, we're also recommending City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to execute a service agreement with the San Mateo County Clerks to perform all legal actions and services for conducting the special election, except for those that is required by law for the City Council, for the City Clerk. If approved, the county clerk will arrange for polling place, mail ballots, election inspectors, judges, and delivery and pickup of voting machines and any other service as specified in the agreement. So for the special election, there is a cost. We're asking for a allocation of $155,000, which includes a cost estimate of $143,000 from the county for their service agreement. And we estimate that the petition signature verifications will be around $3,000. And for any legal notices that we need to publish and also translate, we estimate that to be $5,000, and we have a $4,000 contingency, which total the amount request is $155,000. So the council's action tonight is select a date to call for a special election and adopt resolution to call for the special election, authorize the service agreement with the County of San Mateo for election services, and to appropriate funding for the costs associated with the special election. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, City Clerk. So it's clear. Council comments? Anyone? Council comment first. If no one else wants to speak, then I'll go to public. Okay. All right. Public comment. We got Joe Teresi, followed by Jean Wong.
Good evening again. I'm Joe Teresi. I live on Bluebell Court. I just wanted to say that I'm, very saddened by this whole recall election thing, but I realize that, the council has no discretion in this and that you must select a date. I respect that, but I also hope that the other 3 members of the council that aren't being recalled will support their colleagues and urge the voters of District 2 and District 4 to vote against the recall, because I think it's really, the whole thing is a very bad abuse of the recall process. In my mind, an elected official should be only subject to recall in cases of corruption or illegal activity or failure to uphold their oath of office. And you know, this clearly is not the case with our situation here in Millbrae. Council members Cahalan and Goodman have served the entire community with honor and distinction. They clearly take their roles as council members seriously and have used their judgment and conscience to work for the betterment of the community. So therefore, I just wanted to come tonight and speak and say that I personally think that the council members Cahalan and Goodman should be allowed to complete the terms of office that they were elected to, and I encourage my fellow residents of Millbrae living in Districts 2 and 4 to vote no, opposing this unfair recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jean Wall, please.
It's light. Good evening, Mayor, Fung, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jean Wong. I'm a 26-year resident of Millbrae. The allegations set forth in the recall petition are calculated and misleading. They are crafted to purposely create fear, mistrust, and most destructively of all, divisiveness. It is truly a sad day that certain members of our community believe that a council member should be removed from office just for raising questions or initiating discussions that are contrary to their personal or political beliefs. This type of ideology creates an environment that destroys transparent and creative problem thinking, diversity, and inclusion. Instead, it promotes an environment that fosters hate, narrow-mindedness, and discrimination. A recall election is effective to remove an elected official for malfeasance and criminal activities. Council members Angelina Cahalan and Maurice Goodman are guilty of none of these. They are qualified and dedicated council members who take their job responsibilities seriously and perform their duties well. Each chose to be a council member not because of a desire for money, certainly not for $375 a month salary, or power, but their love of the community in which they serve and in which they live and want to serve. Going forward, this recall election will certainly discourage future qualified and desirable candidates from running for district council member. It will also change the council landscape and not for the better. What council member wants to be always looking over their shoulders, wondering if a statement made or an action taken at a council meeting will target them for a recall? This uncertainty will result in decision-making detrimental to Millbrae. I cannot believe that any current council member believes that this frivolous recall is beneficial for Millbrae in any way, short-term or long. Therefore, I urge all of you council members to show unwavering leadership in a united council by publicly voicing your opposition to the recall, and for residents of District 2 and 4 to vote no on for this recall at this recall election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. I don't see any hand raised online. City Clerk?
There are no hands raised online, no other speaker slips.
Thank you, Elaine. Any comment from the council? Ms. Pappen?
This is something we are required to do here. We weren't involved in the recall, but as the city clerk pointed out here, we are required to pick a date for a special election here. And I understand how disruptive this is and concerning for everyone here. Look, we should probably just get through this as quickly as possible and set the date. We have, 5 dates before us here. So I would suggest either June 25th or like July 16th. I mean, we're going to get into different areas here when we have multiple elections happening here. Went also to we need to be concerned about a fire assessment and the date of that. Do they coincide at all? I don't know here. So I'll just suggest that the voters decide. So I'll suggest June 25th.
Is that your suggestion?
Yes.
June 25th.
City Clerk, could you please put the dates back up? To Vice Mayor Goodman and to Councilwoman Cahalan, I support the date that you want. I've looked at the dates and said, were this me, will more time give you more time to fundraise? Will it give more time to create a response? I get to say what I get to say.
No, what I'm trying to get at.
No, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Legal?
We do. On the date, I am telling the two of you that I support the date that you both want. Thank you.
Any other comment?
Is
Mr. Vice Mayor.
2026 on the map? No, I'm joking. Anyway, how about July 23rd, 2024?
The,
Ms. Cahalan?
my only concerns with going that late would be if we're starting to get into the next round of campaigning. I think that's probably the period when people are starting to file for the November election. It's not till August. Okay. Then that works for me as well.
In that case, have we had public comment? Oh, we've had public comment. If the Vice Mayor and the Councilwoman are okay, I make a motion for the special election to be on July 23rd, 2024, understanding that I believe the ballots go out 30 days before. I would need a second, though.
Second.
Unless there's any other comments, call for the question.
I just want to verify, this is just for the date, correct?
It's just for the
Okay.
date.
I'm sorry, wait, do we need a motion also for the expenditure? Is that what you're saying?
That's,
I think you should,
I disagree. I mean, it's a package deal here.
Then I'm happy to amend my motion for the amount that the city has requested.
for both
And the
resolutions.
service agreement or?
Seconder, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. On both?
Okay. Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
No.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
abstain.
The motion to call for a special election on July 23rd, 2024, and authorize a service agreement with the County San Mateo for election services and appropriate funding for the costs associated with the special election passed by a vote of 3-1-1, with Councilmember Pappen dissenting and Mayor Fung abstaining.
Someone just informed me the filing period is in July.
Okay, so that brings us to council comment. Who would like to go first? One minute per person.
Okay. I just have two quick items. I want to congratulate the Millbrae Education Foundation on a wonderful gala, incredible event. I believe they met their fundraising goals, and it was a great community event, bringing everyone together. We had the Park and Rec Commission meeting last week, and one of our agenda items was the work plan. And the group was having a little bit of challenge coming up with our work plan goals because we don't have council goals yet, and there weren't updates on what city department, plans and projects are for the coming year. So it was hard for them to start finding where their role is and connecting their work to the projects that we're doing. And I think this speaks, this is my second year on council and our second year that we're getting closer to budget, closer to the end of the fiscal year, and we haven't even started our goals. So I think that has a ripple effect on our committees, on our budget. So I'm hoping to see goal setting on the agenda very soon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just heads up, Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency met last Thursday. I attended remotely from the Cal Cities event in Burbank. They are looking at 3 scenarios with a price increase. I forwarded that on to the city manager just to make sure you and staff and finance department see that. I don't think they're huge increases, but it is an increase on that. And water rate increases will likely be going up. On CCAG Bike Pedestrian is meeting this Thursday. We'll be voting on 11 grants that if CCAG does not take its count, they'll get their money. However, on top of that, there was a grant that I had hoped that we might be able to use to get a way in and out of Marina Vista, but the city of South San Francisco received a $50 million grant for railroads and major streets that divided themselves. So I think our chance of getting that kind of money under a new federal program is limited on that. Congrats to South City, bad for us. Transportation, Communication, and Public Works was the policy committee that both the mayor and I are a part of. We voted on several issues. I stayed for the next day for the housing portion, of which there are many, many bills, all of them taking away local control. So Cal City's position is to maintain local control as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more. Bike rodeo. If anybody's still watching, bike rodeo, May 11th, we're having our very first bicycle and scooter swap. If you have a bike that you don't use anymore, or a scooter, or your kids have outgrown, we will try to get it to people who need a bike or scooter. You can contact me or the Sheriff's Department. We're still working that out. May 11th at Taylor Middle School at the basketball courts.
Thank you. Ms. Pappen, do you have any? 1 minute.
Yeah, I think we need to be clear after what happened recently that we develop a policy of no banners on city buildings, even if we have free speech going on here. And I think we need to be clear, too, that the banners that were posted at the recent rally did not reflect the policies or mission of the city of Millbrae here. So apologies that we did not post those, and it was an event by the public. Also, I think that given the speakers tonight and our Palestinian community, I do believe, I know the vice mayor has made a request for a resolution, but I don't think we have consensus on that, and I really think we should move forward doing the business of the city. So I'd like to find out if we have some consensus not to proceed with a resolution. To be clear, we need to really unite our city and move people forward here. Speakers tonight were very passionate, and this will keep going and going and going here when we have a lot of business to focus on. So can we get clarification on that from the council? Is this the appropriate time, Mr. City
No, not
Manager?
agenda item, so it's just comments.
Well, again, I believe the vice mayor is insisting on a resolution here, and if there's no consensus, how do we determine that?
All procedure, just as we did tonight with the agenda item that you also supported. That's what we do.
I'm unclear. Mr. City Manager, can you assist?
Well, I'd look to our city attorney on the legal standing as the policy, or it's not a policy, it's the protocols of the city council that any member of the city council through the mayor can request that any item be placed on the agenda. The then the mayor in management of the agenda from the political, from, not stuff that staff puts on the agenda, has 60 days to put that on the agenda. And then that 60 days, the next meeting of April 9th is still within that 60 days. In terms of, as I understand what you're asking, is there a consensus from the city council to direct staff? I'm looking at the city attorney on the legal.
I mean, your
This is a legal
protocol
question.
says if someone wants it on the agenda, then, unless they agree to a further postponement, it's supposed to be put on within 2 months of the request.
Well, can
So it's a question.
we
of whether
request our colleague,
to postpone
the
it.
vice, ask the vice mayor
First
if
of all,
he still wants to
this isn't
proceed?
the process to do that. This isn't an agenda item, so I suggest that either if there is a request that's made formally, it's not me that made the request. I just suggested that we have the item on the agenda because it was a request that had continued to be made by members of our public. And so, again, this is an agenda item, so I don't want to have much discussion. There is a potential for
Okay, I
violation.
will-
Follow up outside the meeting.
Yep.
Follow up outside.
We can follow up outside the meeting. We did have a rally, and we had several meetings with our community. I don't believe one is really should be preceded by our city. So hopefully the vice mayor will reconsider that. We have, again, the education gala was wonderful. The Economic Vitality Committee is working on their work plan to encourage business engagement, and we look forward to seeing that soon. CMAQ issued or has a report on accidents within our city and countywide. It's a traffic plan, which is very interesting to see what has occurred in Millbrae. So moving forward, I think our part of that plan is 2 years old. So I hope we can focus our efforts on making the city more safe traffic-wise and hopefully getting some more grants to address those issues, some of which relate to lighting, some of which relate to just the age of drivers. But I think it can be very helpful in keeping our city safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pappen. Mr. Vice Mayor, do you have anything?
Sure. What I would say is, I attended the MEF gala. It was a great time. It was great to see the community out celebrating education and raising money to support our students. And then secondly, I also attended the rally that every single council member attended. Everyone spoke. Most of us spoke. And I think the event, for me, the event was always an event not about policy, foreign policy or anything, but what I heard was an amplification of our residents' voice. These individuals that spoke out and wanted this rally, the majority of those that were there either had a connection to Millbrae as current residents or families of members, or they grew up and they no longer live here, but they have connections to Millbrae. And that's what we do. That's how it's connected to Millbrae. You amplify and allow individuals the voice. And so I think that's what it was. Was it problematic to see or to hear, I guess? I did not see the banner that was assisted by our staff because it just wasn't seen. I was there speaking. Had I had the opportunity, I would have said what I said to individuals in the past, and that it takes away from what we were trying to do. And I think what we did, we executed it. We amplified the voice of those that spoke out for the humanity of every individual. And I think that's what we have to continue. We have to make sure that leaders do lead. And so I appreciate the calling out by the public to say that was not appropriate. But I also will defend staff and my colleagues that you charge it to their heads, not their heart, because I know the individuals that were there from our city and from our council. But what I will say is that I personally apologize for that and for it offending our Jewish community. And as we move forward, we will always amplify the voices of all of our residents, not just the loudest, not just the greatest. And we make sure that everyone continues to have a voice to be heard, to be able to speak about their the traumas, and make sure that we all stand against Islamophobia or anti-Semitism. That's who we are. And we have to be able to do that and not be afraid of someone demonizing you for having an opinion or standing up for what we truly believe in. And that's the humanity of us all, and that our fates are truly intertwined. And so let's just continue that. Let's continue to do what's right for our community and continue to amplify their voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So went to the Cal City, and just to be real brief, there's federal grant funding opportunity called NOFO from U.S. Department of Transportation, Multimodal Station Project Discretionary Grant Program, opening in March and April in 2024. A pilot program for TOD planning, April 2024. Railroad crossing elimination program, and also in May this year, including grade separation. And reconnecting communities and community grant and neighborhood grant program in this summer. For example, Aviador, the Access Bridge, for example, and airport terminal programs in summer 2024. Those are all the grant funding opportunity at the federal levels that we should look into. But I just want to be real brief. So to that end, I just want to confirm with you, Mr. Vice Mayor, is it not your intent to continue to bring forward the discussion to direct staff to look into whether or not we should have a discussion, whether or not to do a resolution at all?
Well, my intent stands. If there's a conversation to postpone that request or to allow more time, I would suggest that we not just take it up with me as the official council member who said, let's listen to our community, but actually bring those individuals in, because I'm sure we have their communications and their contact, that we bring them in to be a part of that process.
All right, thank you. I just want to be clear.
Thank you.
One final comment?
I'm sorry, Mayor. This is because it didn't get into the motion for at-large mayor district. I would like, just what happened today, an agenda item coming forward on what would be the process to investigate term limits. And it could be probably a one-page staff report, but I am requesting this formally to you for a future council meeting.
All right, we'll have it in the record and then we'll agendize it within 60 days. Thank you. We're adjourning the meeting tonight at 11:09.